Chapter 170. Within the dark space, numerous thick dark green vines stood in the empty space like pillars. Waves of dark green light spread out from them. Following the flickering of this light, waves of pure natural energy also flashed past the vines and poured into the cluster of dark black fog below. With the addition of this energy, a powerful and frightening aura also slowly agglomerated within the black fog. The dark black fog that permeated the surroundings also became increasingly thick. It was a long while later when the black fog that had spread apart began to tremble intensely. Waves of painful moans were emitted from within it. There were also waves of teeth-clenching sounds mixed within them. It was a long while later before this ear-piercing sound, which was like an evil ghost chewing on food, gradually disappeared. When one looked at the dark black fog again, it had scattered quite a bit during the churning. Its originally enormous size had also become a little smaller. The black fog regained its calm. A furious curse that was filled with hatred was suddenly emitted from within the black fog. Bastard thing, you actually want to escape from this venerable self-suppression. Once this venerable self recovers some strength in the future, the first thing I will do is to completely destroy you. The black fog was slowly withdrawn after the curse was let out. Finally, it returned to the empty space. An old human figure wearing a dark green long robe slowly appeared in this empty space. For an expert like Heimu, half a month of recovery was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Even at this moment, although Heimu's aura had stabilized compared to half a month ago, overall, it still seemed like a waste. Under the situation where there was no external support, it would take a long time for Heimu to completely recover. However, in the blink of an eye, Heimu reacted. Since he needed to rely on external support, that human brat called Yen Xiao seemed to be an alchemist. As long as he had something on him, his recovery speed should be much faster. Being in this kind of weak state was a kind of danger to him. Moreover, deep within his heart, there was a faint uneasy feeling. It was likely that if he did not recover soon, there would be quite a lot of trouble for him. With that thought, Heimu's body was about to move. However, in the next instant, he stood still on the spot. Even at this moment, his memory of the big battle half a month ago was still fresh in his mind. At the final moment, Yen Xiao seemed to have used some kind of great way energy in order to injure him. As for the power that could traverse space, if he was not mistaken, it was the great Tao of the void that was ranked among all the great Taos of heaven and earth. Heimu's heart became a little uneasy when he thought of this. Although Xiao Yan had used the void Tao to injure him back then, Heimu clearly understood that the void Tao was the thing that he was truly afraid of when compared to the attack that had snatched him away. Using the strength of a 3-star half-emperor to forcefully tear open the void and use the great way of the void. This was something that even some of the ancient geniuses that Heimu was aware of were unable to do. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to do so by himself? Moreover, this was not the only thing that caused Heimu to feel suspicious. Regardless of how one looked at it, the two heavenly flames that Xiao Yan had used back then gave him an extremely strange feeling. The bone-chilling flame and the nihility-devouring flame were not as simple as just seed flames. However, Heimu, this old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years, also had difficulty guessing why they were like that. Damn it. Just who is that brat? Why is he so troublesome? Moreover, those two things. Just what the hell is going on? Heimu cursed quietly. He felt quite helpless in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's strength was lacking, his endless tactics and the protection of the heavenly flame caused even him to involuntarily feel a little afraid. After all, the current him was far weaker than before. Damn it, if it is not because this venerable self has yet to recover his strength, how would such an ant even have the right to speak? Heimu once again cursed softly. He was too lazy to be bothered. Regardless of how many tactics Xiao Yan had, it was a fact that he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame, it would be difficult for him to accomplish anything without the support of his master. As long as he personally attacked, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Humph. He Mu let out a cold snort. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the huge vine ball that had sealed Xiao Yan in his memories. However, He Mu's body, which was about to rush forward, suddenly paused in the next instant. His pair of dark green eyes were instantly covered by a surprised expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He Mu slowly lifted his eyes. A delicate and handsome mature face was slowly reflected in his eyes. This person was actually Xiao Yan, who had been sealed by him. Why? Are you very surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. When he heard the surprised words from He Mu's mouth, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a cold smile as he spoke in an indifferent tone. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, He Mu's heart was once again shaken. From this fellow's aura, it seemed that he had completely recovered to his peak. Half a month to recover to his peak. How could a half-emperor's strength be so fast? Moreover, wasn't he already in a deep slumber at that time? How could he have actually woken up? You stinking brat, who exactly are you? A mere half-emperor actually dares to spout such nonsense in front of this venerable self. Aren't you afraid that this venerable self will destroy you? At this moment, He Mu's heart involuntarily turned solemn. The Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Furthermore, he was currently in a weakened state. If he wanted to kill Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would have to spend another half a month of hard work. Xiao Yan stared at He Mu in front of him. In his heart, he was clearly aware of this fellow's intentions. However, given the current situation, he naturally did not have the time to think too much. The only thing he could do now was to fight it out with this fellow. Whoever won would live. That was all. Humph, do you really think that you are still the same person as before? How dare you call yourself this venerable self? With your current strength, even if you were to fight me, you would have to use all your strength. At the end of the day, you are merely a piece of trash. When Xiao Yan's mocking words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately twitched violently. As a practitioner from the ancient times, although he was currently in dire straits, it was still not up to this ant in front of him to criticize him. Today, he must tear this human brat in front of him into pieces. Ha! Ant, you actually dare to insult this venerable self in such a manner. You are really seeking death. Don't think that this venerable self can fight with this venerable self just because this venerable self is at a low point. If this venerable self really wants to kill you, it is merely a matter of a thought. Therefore, Ant, die for this venerable self. Before his voice sounded, He Mu's furious body suddenly flashed. His hand turned into a claw that was accompanied by a frightening black-green do chi. It tore through the empty space and violently slashed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort when he saw this. A solemn expression surfaced in both of his eyes. His body moved and he was similarly fearless as he faced He Mu's claw head-on. Chapter 171. The sharp hand claw was accompanied by a frightening might that could tear apart everything as it swept through the air. The empty space was instantly shattered wherever it passed. Even though the sharp wind was a great distance away, it still caused the countless number of vines to snap. The sharp aura was just like a blade as it cut through the empty space. It transformed into numerous sharp force that swept in all directions. Even the empty space was mercilessly cut apart wherever it passed. He Mu's face was dark as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was also charging over. There were traces of bloodthirsty glints flickering within his eyes. Being an ancient evil spirit, he had eaten an unknown number of humans. Even though Xiao Yan was powerful, it was also because of this that the bloodthirsty feeling in his heart was even denser. Today, he would not only kill this human in front of him, but he would also turn him into his first human meal in thousands of years. His charging body suddenly shook. His hand claw was waved with great force. Dark green dough cheese spread apart like a fog and lingered around Heimu's body. His charging body also became increasingly swift. It was just like a dark green light beam that instantly cut through the empty space. It carried a frightening might that could destroy the world as it charged towards Xiaoyan. TSK 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 TSK, Yen Xiao, this venerable self shall give you another blessing today. There are not many humans who can be swallowed into this venerable self's stomach. Heimu's scarlet eyes became even more bloodthirsty as he charged forward. The strange black lines on his old face appeared to be alive at this moment as they continued to twist and wiggle. His dark green tongue violently licked his purple-black lips. The bloodthirsty feeling became even denser. The iciness on Xiaoyan's face became denser and colder when he heard Heimu's bloody and evil words. This Heimu was really extremely evil. It seemed that he had done quite a number of vicious things in the ancient times. No wonder he would be suppressed by an expert. From Xiaoyan's point of view, a person like Heimu was precisely someone that he could not tolerate the most. After seeing the brutality and bloodthirstiness of the Hun clan, the current Xiaoyan could be said to kill such a person if he could. The expression on Xiaoyan's face became increasingly dark and cold when he thought of this. Bright flames swiftly gathered in his fire eyes and a bright fire lotus was swiftly formed. Immediately, this fire lotus swiftly rotated in Xiaoyan's eyes. A frightening flame strength swiftly gathered in the middle of the lotus. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body, which was charging forward, suddenly shook. He waved his right arm with great force and a brilliant flame instantly rose, transforming his entire right arm into a firearm. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body rose. He suddenly clenched his right fist. His hand, which was wrapped in flames, emitted a clear metallic sound when it was clenched. Under the flame, purple-gold dragon scales covered his muscular arm. Xiaoyan's hand had also turned into a dragon claw when he clenched his fist. This also caused Xiaoyan's right arm to become even thicker at this moment. When he swung it, a sharp rushing wind sound continuously sounded. Ha! If you want to eat me, we will have to see if you have such a big appetite. Xiaoyan's foot suddenly stomped on the empty air. The space within 5,000 kilometers below instantly collapsed. A countless number of black-green vines were instantly shattered. Xiaoyan's body also transformed into a fiery ray of light that cut through the empty air. His fist violently smashed toward Heimu's hand claw. TSK 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 TSK, human brat, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish. Before his voice sounded, Heimu's right hand, which had turned into a claw, was suddenly extended. The frightening force at the tip of his finger turned into numerous invisible thorns that pierced through the empty space. In the next moment, the two streaks of light violently collided in the pitch-black void. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion spread. The entire mysterious space began to tremble intensely at this moment. The originally empty space continued to collapse time and time again at this moment. The violent spatial storm was actually shattered by the wild and violent Dochi storm that was created from the collision between the two of them the moment it appeared. At this moment, everything within this space had been swallowed by the empty space. The entire space had turned into a vacuum. Even breathing had become a little difficult. TSK 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 TSK, brat, your strength is indeed not bad. No wonder old Luo has taken a fancy to you. However, it all ends here. Today, you will definitely become food in this venerable self's stomach. Heimu's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he stared at Xiaoyan. A bloodthirsty glow spread in all directions like fresh blood. The green veins on his shriveled hand claw were exposed. Dark green dough cheese spluttered out from his palm and contended with Xiao Yan's fist. A sharp force spread out from the tip of his finger, causing the empty space around him to repeatedly collapse. His thin fingernails had also become extremely sharp at this moment. A random wave was sufficient to cut through the empty space. Of course, even though the words from his mouth were incomparably sharp, He Mu did not dare to be careless in his heart. Xiao Yan's strength was not just for show. Even if the current him were to use all his strength, it was likely that he would only be able to fight to a draw with Xiao Yan. However, this was merely a guess in He Mu's heart. After all, he had never seen all of Xiao Yan's tactics. If Xiao Yan still possessed some powerful Do skills, the ending would likely be unpredictable. He Mu's heart became increasingly solemn as he thought of this. However, in the next instant, a ruthless expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan's heart was also quite solemn when he heard He Mu's ruthless words. However, his face revealed a cold smile. The enormous fist that collided with He Mu's hand claw suddenly shook. Xiao Yan and He Mu involuntarily took half a step back. The narrow battleground between the two of them had also suddenly separated. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the instant he pulled back. His footsteps changed and he used the sky extinction steps. In an instant, he had already retreated 10,000 kilometers away. A pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu from a distance. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His right fist once again clenched with force. A thought passed through his mind and the fierce flames on his firearm instantly soared. The fire spread and wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. Immediately, a pair of beautiful fire eyes stared at He Mu in the distance at this moment. A beautiful fire lotus swiftly rotated deep within his eyes. Swoosh! When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on He Mu's forehead, the fire lotus deep within Xiao Yan's eyes immediately solidified. An incomparably sharp and beautiful fire light beam instantly shot out from the center of the lotus. The moment the fire light beam shot out, it swelled with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a fire light pillar that was a couple of 1,000 feet wide. It violently smashed toward He Mu. He Mu's shady old eyes immediately narrowed into a thin line when he saw this. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this decisive and vicious attack of Xiao Yan's. However, although the strength of this attack of Xiao Yan's was extraordinary, He Mu was also not someone who was easy to deal with. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent Do Qi within his body immediately surged. Immediately, one could see He Mu widen his large mouth. A similarly incomparably overbearing dark green Do Qi light pillar immediately shot out from his mouth. In merely an instant, it turned into a dark green Do Qi light pillar that did not lose to Xiao Yan's fire light pillar. At this very moment, looking from a distance, the thick fire light pillar and the dark green Do Qi light pillar were just like two enormous beasts that towered into the sky. In comparison, Xiao Yan and He Mu were just like ants. In the next instant, two frightening light pillars that could be said to be able to destroy the world suddenly collided in front of the cold gazes of the two of them. Bang! In the next moment, the color of this space suddenly changed. Chapter 172. Bang! The violent collision caused the space within a 100-kilometer radius of the two of them to once again collapse. After this violent collision, the two of them, who had been fighting for a long time, finally pulled back by 500 kilometers. Their eyes met with each other and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The result of the collision between the two frightening light pillars caused the two of them to be seriously injured. He Mu was already injured. At this moment, he was under quite a lot of pressure after experiencing such a frightening exhaustion. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also not having a good time. Although he had the heavenly flame protecting his body, He Mu's strange dark green Do Qi was extremely troublesome. Even his heavenly flame had difficulty refining it. This also caused Xiao Yan to be struck by the remnant waves of the dark green Do Chi light pillar. Over half of the heavenly flame that wrapped around his body had scattered. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's physical strength was strong, it was likely that he would have suffered quite a great loss. Humph. Stinking brat, don't think that you can fight with this venerable self just because of the strength of your physical body. This venerable self will let you know later that this venerable self is nothing in my eyes. The muscles on the corner of He Mu's mouth twitched repeatedly as he endured the intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. His old face was also covered in patches of green and purple. Adding the bloodstains all over his body, it was obvious that he had suffered quite a great loss at Xiao Yan's hands in the fight earlier. However, compared to the fist imprints on his body, the thing that caused He Mu to feel the most pain was the burned scars under his tattered robe. The might of the heavenly flame was really frightening. Even with He Mu's strength, it was greatly reduced in front of it regardless of how great his strength was. Of course, if He Mu had not forcefully seized Qing Mu's physical body, it was likely that he would not have ended up in such a state. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he heard He Mu's vicious words that were still filled with an imposing aura. Did this He Mu really think that he was still the all-powerful him from back then? Moreover, with the strength of Xiao Yan's current physical body, this He Mu actually called him weak. Could it be that he had forgotten that the current Xiao Yan was merely a small bandit? With the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, he possessed a frightening physical body capable of rivaling experts of the same cultivation. The power of his physical body was already extremely frightening. With Xiao Yan's current physical body, it was likely that even in the entire continent, the number of people who were able to cultivate their physical body to such a level as a 3-star half-martial emperor would not be able to be counted on one's fingers even in the several tens of thousands of years of history. Xiao Yan's terrifying strength in the path of body refinement naturally went without saying. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze suddenly became cold. If they were to compete in Do Chi, he might really be afraid of this fellow. Who knew what kind of hidden moves an ancient demon still had? However, if they were to compete in physical strength, he had the confidence to destroy He Mu. Since you still do not place me in your eyes, I will let you do the same. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook as he coldly cried out. A thought passed through his mind and he instantly unleashed the King Kong glass body. His body, which was wrapped in raging flames, rose from the ground and swiftly transformed into 1,000 feet tall King Kong giant god. Under the influence of the heavenly flame all over his body, the current Xiao Yan appeared just like a god descending from the heavens. His might filled the sky. The monstrous heavenly flame was just like a fire dragon as it coiled around Xiao Yan's body. The frightening flame light caused the dark and deep empty space to become brighter. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's strong body did not pause even a little. His large hand, which was large enough to blot out the sun, suddenly clenched. The space under his hand was just like a balloon that had been flattened. An explosive sound was emitted as the surrounding dark black space once again collapsed. He clenched his enormous fist and a hot flame spread out with it. A force gathered in his palm and the Do Chi within his body swiftly circulated to every part of his body at this moment. The muscles all over his body were as hard as mysterious steel. Ha! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long dragon-like roar to the sky as he sensed the frightening strength that had been accumulated in his body and was ready to be unleashed. With this long roar, Xiao Yan's large foot suddenly stomped on the air. Immediately, the tens of thousands of kilometers of empty space below Xiao Yan instantly collapsed. His body was like a cannonball that had been fired, shooting towards He Mu 1,000 miles away. Although the cold wind was 1,000 miles away, it still made He Mu feel suffocated. The tattered clothes on his body tightly clung to the surface of his body, making He Mu feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Humph! With a cold snort, He Mu's body was unafraid. The aura all over his body pierced through the empty space like a giant sword. His foot suddenly took a step forward, shattering the empty space as an invisible pressure swiftly spread. The pressure that Xiao Yan had unleashed on He Mu immediately vanished. A mere human brat. Even if you have some ability, you are merely a so-so. Do you really think that this sovereign can't do anything to you? It's merely a slightly stronger physical body. Don't forget that this world belongs to Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The saint body is merely a small path. Before his voice faded, He Mu's left palm suddenly struck the empty space. Space shattered as wave after wave of strange pitch-black fog spread from within, swiftly wrapping around He Mu's left palm. As the strange pitch-black fog wrapped around He Mu's palm, He Mu's complexion turned a little pale. His originally abundant aura also became somewhat sluggish. Immediately, however, He Mu's face was once again filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was charging over explosively. He laughed out loud and killing intent surged within his eyes as he coldly laughed. Since your body is at the saint level, come and have a taste of this sovereign's heart-shattering palm. Let's see if you are really that powerful. TSK 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 TSK. As his voice faded, He Mu's bowed figure instantly disappeared from the empty space. In the next instant, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded as He Mu's figure appeared. His pitch-black palm was like a stone tablet as it viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pupils involuntarily shrank a little when he saw this scene. His heart violently pounded as a sliver of fear quietly rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was even more alarmed when he felt the sliver of fear from the bottom of his heart. He Mu's palm had caused him to feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. The heart-shattering palm was truly as its name suggested. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Yan to be the slightest bit careless. The fear in his heart would only cause him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Hence, even though Lin Dong had the intention in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. He poured all of his energy into this punch, causing the might of his punch to soar. Just the remnant force was enough to cause He Mu, who was standing in front of him, to once again feel a pressuring force. In the next instant, the frightening attacks of the two finally collided violently. The frightening might transformed into wave after wave of frightening storms that engulfed the entire space. At this moment, the entire space had become violent. The instant the heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's, the raging, heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's large firearm completely poured out and pounced towards He Mu's body. This caused He Mu's expression to change involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to withdraw. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was so powerful that even he was unwilling to be contaminated by it. The frightening force on his fist was just like a dragon emerging from the sea as it violently smashed against He Mu's pitch-black palm. With his frightening physical body, coupled with the double strengthening of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the King Kong glass body, the strength of Xiao Yan's punch was sufficient to defeat a one-star half-emperor. When the force on his fist poured out, the expression on He Mu's face suddenly became grave. His skinny body involuntarily trembled violently. His firm mountain-like feet also involuntarily took half a step back. Only at this moment did He Mu truly understand how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. Even with his strength, he was still forced back by Xiao Yan's attack. Currently, Xiao Yan was a half-emperor. Other than those existences who truly stood at the peak of the half-emperor class, it was likely that there was no one else who could force Xiao Yan back. The current Xiao Yan was comparable to a high-level half-emperor among the half-emperor experts. However, if one were to look at Xiao Yan's current strength, based on the surface, his strength was merely that of an advanced 3-star half-emperor. Normally speaking, a 5-star half-emperor would be able to easily deal with a half-emperor expert of this level. However, Xiao Yan was an anomaly among them. Of course, while Xiao Yan's strength was acknowledged by He Mu, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart became even denser. He Mu's heart-shattering palm also caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably shocked from the bottom of his heart. There was no other reason. This heart-shattering palm was actually a true E-class Do skill. The moment his heart-shattering palm collided with He Mu's palm, Xiao Yan immediately clearly sensed that his heart had actually been shattered at that instant. An incomparable aura of death also lingered over Xiao Yan's already shattered heart. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clearly sensed that the spiritual strength that he had always been proud of was actually scattered by a single blow at this moment. At that moment, it was as though his soul had been shaken out of his body. Both his soul and body had actually died at that instant. If it were not for Xiao Yan's intelligence being far greater than an ordinary person and the heavenly flame restraining He Mu, it was likely that even if he did not die at this moment, he would at least end up seriously injured and defeated. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still felt waves of intense pain being emitted from his heart at this moment. Waves of intense pain that penetrated deep into his bones were also emitted from deep within his soul. In merely a couple of breaths' time, even the King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan had displayed was broken without being attacked. The godlike King Kong body suddenly scattered. Xiao Yan's body flew backwards uncontrollably. The aura of the heavenly flame on his body had also completely scattered. Puff! At the same time that he flew backwards, a large mouthful of fresh blood was also angrily spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. TSK, 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 how is it? Even if one's physical body has become a saint, it might not be able to protect one's heart. Suddenly, He Mu's dark cold laughter was transmitted over from nowhere and flew into Xiao Yan's ears. It caused his scattered spirit to swiftly stabilize in a moment of anxiety. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan also keenly sensed that his own spiritual strength had already been exhausted until there was not much left. This heart-shattering palm was really terrifying. Is this an E-class Do skill? Chapter 173. TSK, 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 TSK. Physical body sanctification. This venerable self wants to see just how many heavy blows your 3-star half-martial emperor body can withstand from this venerable self. He Mu laughed. His body flashed and suddenly appeared below the continuously falling Xiao Yan's body. Energy gathered on his right leg and it ferociously kicked upwards. Bang! A muffled sound of flesh colliding was emitted. Xiao Yan's falling body suddenly paused in the air. Following which, a frightening force completely invaded Xiao Yan's body. An instant later, that frightening force suddenly erupted and wreaked havoc within Xiao Yan's body. A clear bone-cracking sound was also emitted. If it was not for the heavenly flame protecting Xiao Yan's vital channels, it was likely that this attack alone would have been sufficient to take Xiao Yan's life. In the next instant, Xiao Yan, who was spitting out fresh blood from his mouth, was like a cannonball. With a bang, he was completely unable to control himself as he forcefully broke through the air above his body and shot towards the depths of the endless void. A large amount of fresh blood was spat out without any regard for money wherever it passed. It scattered and drifted down. Within a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan had completely turned into a blood person. Bang! 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 In an instant, successive bangs resounded over this space like a cannon. One could vaguely see a figure covered in blood continuously shuttling back and forth in this empty space. However, the way he shuttled back and forth was quite strange. TSK, 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 get up. Isn't it physical body sanctification? Isn't it diamond body? Come. Spar with this venerable self again. TSK, 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 TSK. With a flash of his body, He Mu once again appeared in the air above Xiao Yan's body. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with ridicule. With a ferocious laugh, the corner of He Mu's mouth was lifted into a ruthless expression. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the position of Xiao Yan's heart on his chest. Brat, you are the first person in many years to be able to keep your heart intact after receiving my heart-shattering palm. Therefore, I would like to see how your heart is different from other people's hearts. Before his voice faded, He Mu's right hand suddenly stretched out. His palm transformed into a claw and viciously clawed at Xiao Yan's heart. If this claw struck its target, a bloody hole would definitely appear on Xiao Yan's chest. In the next moment, He Mu's hand claw had already shattered Xiao Yan's chest. The sharp force caused traces of fresh red blood to involuntarily appear on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's flat chest caved in under this sharp force. Fresh blood also spouted out from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Puff. With a puffed sound, a beautiful flame angrily spat out from Xiao Yan's heart. The fierce flame turned into a huge fireball that shot toward He Mu. Seeing this scene, He Mu's expression instantly changed. However, his ice-cold expression became extremely gloomy in the next moment. However, He Mu also clearly knew that his current situation was not as stable as it appeared on the surface. The current him did not have the ability to randomly use an E-class Do technique. That heart-shattering palm earlier had already exhausted quite a lot of his essence. Seeing this heavenly flame protecting its master at this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless even though he was furious in his heart. The reputation of a heavenly flame was after all not for nothing. Even this old demon from 10,000 years ago was also extremely afraid of it. Immediately, He Mu's hand claw, which was viciously clawing downwards, was instantly withdrawn. Soon after, his hand was suddenly inserted into the empty space in front of him. With a violent pull, a large section of the dark green vine was forcefully pulled out. Go! With a cry, He Mu's hand viciously swung that section of vine out. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on his face. Immediately, that section of vine was about to collide with the fireball. A thought passed through his mind and the dark green vine suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling green light. After which, that section of dark green vine suddenly exploded. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm instantly swept apart. The strength of the fireball was also forcefully blocked by this explosion. Humph. So what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? As long as I break this heavenly flame of yours, you will still be a dead soul under this venerable self's claws. Ha! With a stern cry, He Mu's body suddenly flashed and once again appeared below Xiao Yan's body, which was continuously falling. A fist was suddenly thrown out and once again sent Xiao Yan's falling body flying with a bang. Soon after, He Mu's body once again appeared directly above Xiao Yan's body. His hand claw was abruptly extended downwards and ruthlessly pierced into Xiao Yan's chest. Clang! However, what welcomed him was a sharp clang sound and bright sparks. An enormous force surged and Xiao Yan's body once again fell abruptly. He Mu's hand claw was startled and paused in the empty space. His pair of dark eyes were also filled with rich surprise. Based on his strength, this claw that could casually pierce through the empty space was actually unable to break through the surface of Xiao Yan's body. This truly caused this old fellow, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, to feel extremely shocked. However, in the next instant, He Mu's pupils once again shrunk. At that moment, he seemed to have clearly seen a layer of scales on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Moreover, his powerful attack was blocked by those scales. That is. Faintly, He Mu felt that he seemed to have seen that layer of scales on Xiao Yan's body somewhere before. However, in the next instant, He Mu, who had yet to fully recover his senses, suddenly fell down uncontrollably. A huge force was transmitted from his wrist and controlled his body to fall downwards. I have no choice but to admit that no matter how weak the ancient practitioners were, they still possessed strength that could not be underestimated. However, you are still not qualified to compete with me in terms of physical strength. Suddenly, a somewhat tired and cold voice gently floated into the black fungus. Soon after, Heimu instantly regained his senses. The owner of this voice was actually Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would never have imagined that this human brat, who had forcefully received his heart-shattering palm, would actually have the strength to retaliate at such a time. A younger generation member with such strength could really be called terrifying. However, before Heimu could have any other thoughts in his heart, a tyrannical and violent force suddenly pounced towards him. This matter happened in an instant. Even with Heimu's character, he was unable to dodge it. Therefore, even though Heimu could feel the tyrannical and ruthless force of the force, he was ultimately unable to dodge it. There was no way for him to dodge, and that extremely powerful attack ruthlessly smashed onto Heimu's face. Only when that attack arrived, Heimu finally understood that this attack was actually Xiao Yan's heavy punch. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was stealthily emitted as Heimu's face instantly distorted. Chapter 174. In the air, Xiao Yan, whose entire body was dyed with blood, was violently grabbing Heimu's neck with one hand. His entire body was like a duck as he hung in the air. The excessive strength caused Heimu's originally dark face to become completely red at this moment. A pair of dark eyeballs were forced to protrude outwards and were about to fall out. An E-class Do technique is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, the current you is unable to unleash its true strength. If you only have this much, I think that you have lost today. Xiao Yan gently spat out a mouthful of saliva that was filled with a bloody sweetness. His other hand gently rubbed his chest. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched occasionally as he spoke in a dense tone. At this moment, Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that this heart-shattering palm was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. With just his current physical body and spiritual strength, it was really difficult for him to resist that frightening strength. Given Xiao Yan's current physical body, after the heart-shattering palm, strength was completely unleashed, an extremely deep crack line was unsurprisingly split open in Xiao Yan's heart. If it were not for the protection of the D bloodline and the heavenly flame within his body, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have difficulty standing up. Of course, this was not all. As an E-class Do technique, the heart-shattering palm did not only harm one's physical body. Xiao Yan's spirit had also been completely scattered by that palm. His spiritual essence had also nearly been injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had stepped into the realm of a rank 2 alchemist, it was likely that this attack would have caused Xiao Yan to end up seriously injured. From this, one could see just how frightening an E-class Do technique was. Most importantly, the current Heimu's strength was not even 1/10,000th of back then. Being able to barely use it had already caused him to pay a huge price. Being able to unleash such a frightening strength that caused even Xiao Yan's heart to palpitate, the strength of this heart-shattering palm went without saying. Today, Xiao Yan was only barely able to withstand this frightening palm strike by relying on his powerful physical body and spiritual energy. However, if it were any other ordinary half-martial emperor, not to mention a 3-star half-martial emperor, even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand this palm strike. Once again, Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart at the terror of this heart-shattering palm. The gaze that he used to look at Heimu became increasingly cold. The hand that was placed on his chest suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame on it gushed out from his pores with a puffed sound and covered his entire hand. Then, Xiao Yan pulled Heimu, who looked like a dead chicken, in front of him. His mouth was close to Heimu's ear as he slowly spoke in a low voice. "Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Then, let me see just how strong your physical body is compared to mine, whose physical body is so weak in your eyes." Before his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's extremely imposing punch violently smashed into Heimu's chest. The powerful and overbearing frightening force caused Heimu's skinny chest to immediately sink in. From the outside, He Mu's entire body looked just like a shriveled balloon, appearing extremely frightening. Crack, a clear sound quietly spread. An unknown number of the ribs on He Mu's chest had been shattered by this sound. The long robe on his back, which could barely be considered intact, also seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of enormous force. With a bang, it was torn apart. On the fist, an extremely powerful and frightening hidden force whizzed out like a volcanic eruption. It completely poured into He Mu's body, causing muffled explosive sounds to continuously be emitted from within He Mu's body. After receiving such a frightening punch, even He Mu found it difficult to endure. The qi and blood in his body churned intensely. Fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth, following his dry lips and rolling down. However, just as the bright red blood was about to drip onto the back of Xiao Yan's hand, it was instantly incinerated into nothingness by an invisible fierce flame amidst a chi-chi sound. Xiao Yan's expression became denser and colder after the punch landed. His hand, which was pinching He Mu, was suddenly swung upward with great force. His strong body suddenly turned on the spot and a brilliant, heavenly flame instantly rose on his right leg. A high temperature spread apart and the surrounding empty space appeared to have melted as wave after wave of water-like ripples spread out. It was as though the ice had melted. In the next moment, a ruthless expression suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's face. The rich dou qi within his body swiftly gathered on his right leg. Under the support of the dou qi, the fiercely burning, heavenly flame appeared incomparably dazzling like a shooting star. Octane blast. A glint shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes as he suddenly emitted an explosive cry in his heart. At the same time, his right leg, which was wrapped in a frightening, heavenly flame, was suddenly swung forward. The cold wind was just like the edge of a blade that instantly tore through the empty space. Its frightening speed turned into waves of ear-piercing sonic booms that spread across the empty space. That frightening whip leg carried a frightening energy wind. The instant He Mu's body flew up and violently smashed into He Mu's shriveled chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like explosion was mixed with a wave of clear bone-breaking sounds as it was emitted with a bang. At the same time, a circular brilliant flame wave spread out vertically with the point of impact as its center. However, before the flame wave could completely scatter, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He opened his mouth and let out an explosive cry. Explode! Bang! A bright explosion was suddenly emitted from within He Mu's body after he let out an explosive cry. Scarlet blood spurted out from all over He Mu's body. At the same time, his body also flew backwards like a meteor when this explosive sound was emitted. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he was naturally extremely clear in his heart that his powerful attack, which appeared to be able to seriously injure a one-star half-martial emperor, was actually just so when it came to someone like He Mu. This punch of Xiao Yan's was able to injure He Mu's physical body, but it was unable to harm his essence. As long as his essence remained unharmed, it would ultimately be useless no matter how much strength Xiao Yan used. Most importantly, this physical body did not belong to He Mu. Hence, if he wanted to end this endless battle, he could only make a final gamble and decide the victor in one round. Seeing that He Mu had been blown to the edge of his sight, Xiao Yan also sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax so easily. His body also swiftly withdrew as he once again spoke in his heart. Old Gu, I hope that you can lend me a hand again. Xiao Yan's body emitted a bang after his voice sounded. A fierce dense white flame was ignited on his body. Bone-chilling flame. The appearance of the bone-chilling flame caused the space around them to become distorted at this moment. The empty space was just like mud, appearing incomparably viscous. The originally thin air caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing at this moment. If it was not because his strength was sufficient to allow him to breathe, it was likely that he would have difficulty enduring until the final moment. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart following the appearance of the bone-chilling flame. the heavenly flame within his body swiftly surged out. The lineup this time around was undoubtedly much stronger than the few times he had fought with an 8-star half-martial emperor. Other than the Nihility devouring flame, all the heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were present. Clusters of different colored heavenly flame essence bloomed magnificently like flowers. However, no one would underestimate the frightening strength contained within those few flowers. Xiao Yan's expression gradually became solemn after he took out these 4 clusters of fiercely burning heavenly flames. These heavenly flames in the top 5 of the heavenly flame ranking were under his control. Naturally, there would not be much of a problem when merging with these heavenly flames. At the very most, it would exhaust him a little. However, the borrowed bone-chilling flame was a true external aid. Forget about the rejection of the bone-chilling flame, even his own heavenly flame would not tolerate the existence of the bone-chilling flame. Although the bone-chilling flame's rejection of Xiao Yan could be ignored due to old Gu's existence, the strength of the bone-chilling flame was still present. With the support of Gu Yu's true essence body, it was impossible for the bone-chilling flame and Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to obediently cooperate. This was another great difficulty for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. The merging this time around was much more difficult than the previous few times. However, before Xiao Yan could have any thoughts, He Mu's figure once again appeared at the edge of the distant empty space. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. The 2 explosive attacks from earlier were unable to harm He Mu. Xiao Yan's frown immediately became twisted when he saw this scene. He steeled his heart and Xiao Yan's feet moved. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed. His body also entered the empty space and roamed all over the place. The space exploded and He Mu's blood-drenched body appeared at the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. He Mu frowned slightly. Xiao Yan's speed had really exceeded his expectations. TSK, this brat is really extraordinary. Not only is he not weak, but his fleeing speed also exceeds an ordinary person. He Mu quietly sighed in his heart. Xiao Yan's tactics were really not weak. Just this agility do skill alone caused even He Mu to sigh in amazement despite his experience. However, He Mu once again emitted a strange laughter the next moment. His body moved and his claw violently grabbed at a certain empty space. Bang! A bang sounded and He Mu once again frowned. There was only a tattered robe under his hand. Xiao Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. TSK, lucky brat. This venerable self wants to see just how many times you can dodge. He Mu's body once again flashed before his voice sounded. He instantly disappeared from this empty space. At the same time, the empty space suddenly exploded at a certain empty space 100 kilometers away. A shriveled hand suddenly extended from the empty space and crushed the empty space under the hand. Bang! However, it was a pity that the outcome was not as ideal as he had expected. What he caught in his wide palm was a piece of torn robe. Humph! A cold snort sounded. At this moment, He Mu did not dare to be careless. Xiao Yan's speed was not just for show. If he wanted to capture him, he would really need to use some strength. A thought passed through his mind and He Mu's body once again flashed. At the same time, his shriveled hand claw suddenly grabbed at a certain spot in the empty space. The empty space was immediately clamped and everything within it was sealed within. Humph! Let's see where you can escape to this time around. He Mu's furious cry suddenly sounded. His hand claw violently pierced into the empty space and suddenly clenched. This time around, the expected fresh blood did not appear. On the contrary, the expression on He Mu's shriveled face suddenly changed drastically. The hand claw that was pierced into the empty space was swiftly withdrawn. After the claw was pulled out, a layer of solid ice crystals covered the entire claw, making it look like a piece of art. However, when one looked at the claw, one could see that it was charred black, as if it had been roasted by fire. Chapter 175. Bang! Forcefully enduring the bone-deep searing pain that was transmitted from his entire hand, He-Mu clenched his teeth tightly. The fury in his heart surged. The hand claw that was sealed within the hard ice abruptly exerted force. With a bang, the searing hard ice that wrapped around his entire hand was blasted apart, revealing a dark black hand within. Although the hard ice was broken, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused He-Mu's entire hand to tremble intensely. Under the charred skin, the bone marrow that was wrapped around his flesh was completely charred black. From this, one could see just how frightening the bone-chilling flame was. Bastard! Bone-chilling flame, it's this thing again. Who exactly is this brat? The other heavenly flames on his body are clearly just a wisp of essence. However, why is this bone-chilling flame so powerful? He-Mu swiftly circulated the do-chi within his body to suppress the bone-chilling flame that was continuing to erode his arm. At the same time, he felt a solemn feeling in his heart. If it was before, He-Mu was completely confident that he could forcefully suppress Xiao Yan before he used the bone-chilling flame. With the skills that he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Xiao Yan if he really wanted to. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that he had always been quite afraid of the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body. This bone-chilling flame would always give him an extremely dangerous aura. Although he did not know why, his intuition told him that he should not act recklessly before he saw Xiao Yan's true trump card. However, He-Mu was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. Having lived for 10,000 years, the pride in his heart was naturally quite high. To him, Xiao Yan was at the very most an anomaly among the younger generation. Even though this was the case, the threat that he posed to him was still minuscule. His skills were not something that this human brat in front of him could compare with. Even though his current strength was much weaker than before, wasn't the attitude of a strong person like this. Fury surged within He-Mu's heart. He immediately emitted a cold snort. His shriveled hand suddenly drew across the space in front of him. The empty space was suddenly torn apart by this ordinary hand of his. Xiao Yan, who was within it, also appeared in front of He-Mu. At a glance, the bone-chilling flame on Xiao Yan's body caused He-Mu's eyes to once again focus. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. However, in the next instant, his gaze immediately turned and locked onto the space between Xiao Yan's palms. At that place, 5 different colored flames were colliding with each other. The slight friction was like the collision of lightning, creating a burst of beautiful fireworks. However, those specks of star fragments and sparks forcefully caused the empty space around Xiao Yan's hand to be continuously torn apart. When he saw this scene, He-Mu's heart was immediately stunned. Soon after, a deep chill instantly spread from the bottom of his heart like wild grass. From Xiao Yan's palm, he finally sensed the aura that he had been waiting for. That aura was the terrifying strength that caused him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. When he clearly saw the different colored flames, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. Those 5 intense flames were 5 types of genuine heavenly flames. When he looked at Xiao Yan's current actions, it was very obvious that he planned to completely merge these 5 types of heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Could it be that he has gone crazy? Even though the origin energy that these 5 types of heavenly flames possessed was much weaker than the actual heavenly flames, a heavenly flame was still a heavenly flame. It was a terrifying existence that no one could shake in this world. An individual heavenly flame was incomparably arrogant. Although they were all flames, they were incompatible like fire and water. Neither could tolerate the other. The fact that Xiao Yan's body was able to contain so many different types of heavenly flames was an extremely huge difference compared to He-Mu. When he saw Xiao Yan's actions at this moment, even though he was an old demon that had lived for 10,000 years, he still felt incomparably shocked. However, he quickly recovered. Regardless of whether the dose skill that Xiao Yan was currently using was real or whether Xiao Yan was able to successfully use it, the wild, violent strength in Xiao Yan's palms was being brought together by him. Whether it succeeded or not, it was still an extremely great threat to him. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he must stop Xiao Yan from continuing. As he thought of this in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on He Mu's solemn face. A thought passed through his heart and the vortex within his body, which was originally green-colored, had already turned into a dark green color under He Mu's control. At this moment, following the rotation of He Mu's heart, the remaining Do Qi completely surged into the numerous wide Qi paths within He Mu's body. Following which, it followed the Qi paths and surged out of his body, agglomerating into a dark green Do Qi armor on the surface of He Mu's body. As long as the bone-chilling flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was still present, it was a threat that He Mu had difficulty dealing with. Therefore, in order to stop the seemingly dangerous, yet stable wild and violent heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's palm, he had really put in a lot of effort. However, after doing all this, He Mu did not appear to be at ease. His hand, which was burned until it was a bloody mess, flipped in the air and a jade bottle appeared in He Mu's hand. Without any hesitation, He Mu suddenly clenched his hand and the jade bottle in his hand burst apart with a bang. Immediately, a cluster of viscous dark black mysterious liquid adhered to He Mu's hand and swiftly spread, wrapping around his entire arm. Soon after, it covered his entire body. He Mu also exhaled a long breath as he sensed a cool feeling being transmitted from his hand, which was being repeatedly burned by the heavenly flame. Soon after, his blade-like gaze looked at Xiao Yan. "Bastard brat, I did not expect that you actually have so many heavenly flames on your body. However, since you like to play with fire so much, this venerable self shall let you play with fire and burn yourself." Before his voice sounded, He Mu's body had already disappeared from his original spot. His hand, which was covered by the dark black viscous liquid, grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Even though Xiao Yan had the help of a man-class agility do technique like the Sky Absolute Step, He Mu who had unleashed all of his strength was ultimately too lacking. Xiao Yan's body had just dodged when He Mu's hand claw quickly followed and grabbed at Xiao Yan's abdomen. Although he had dodged most of it, the heavenly flame, protecting his body was also forcefully separated. The dark black shiny hand claw viciously tore at Xiao Yan's waist. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread. The dense white, heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's waist was forcefully separated, revealing the scales that contained a purple-gold glow under it. At this moment, 5 ink-like black claw marks appeared on Xiao Yan's waist along with some faint traces of blood. The scales that contained a purple-gold glow around the claw marks were actually corroded a little by the dark black viscous liquid that covered them. Clearly, the dark black viscous liquid was extremely poisonous. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan, who had the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, was completely immune to this frightening poison. Of course, on the other hand, Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate this thing. Just the fact that it was able to forcefully separate the bone-chilling flame was enough to cause Xiao Yan to treat it seriously. The next moment, as He Mu's hand claw swiftly left, the dense white, heavenly flame also pounced forward. After emitting a slight, chi-chi sound, a grayish-black chi flew out from the heavenly flame. Looking at He Mu again, the dense white bone-chilling flame relentlessly pounced forward after he had just withdrawn his hand claw that was covered with the dark black venom. The heavenly flame, which was originally stuck to his hand claw, swiftly spread to his entire body. A chi-chi sound, which was like being fried, immediately sounded. "Bastard! Get lost!" The fiercely burning, heavenly flame caused He Mu, who was under it, to feel incomparable pain. He let out a furious cry and the do chi within his body surged out. Immediately, He Mu's entire body shook violently. The Do Chi that had just surged out of his body suddenly exploded, completely dispersing the bone-chilling flame. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yan with a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan took advantage of the gap when He Mu was being pestered by the bone-chilling flame, to unleash the Sky Extinction Step with all his might. His body had already withdrawn by tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, the fire glow on the 5 clusters of different colored, heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's hands finally began to slowly merge together under Xiao Yan's control. He Mu's heart was immediately greatly startled when he saw this. Immediately, however, it transformed into an explosive cry that was filled with murderous intent. His body once again flashed and the empty space of tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly traversed by him. A hoarse stern cry was emitted from He Mu's throat. His hand claw was bent and the Do Chi within his body swiftly gathered in his hand claw. The blood color on his face also swiftly turned pale at this moment. Clearly, the following attack would definitely not be weaker than the heart-shattering palm. Heaven-capturing claw. An explosive cry was emitted. He Mu's hand claw had already grabbed toward Xiao Yan from a distance. In the next moment, the empty space within a 1,000-kilometer radius suddenly exploded. An invisible hand claw appeared in the empty space. The hand claw fell and violently grabbed at Xiao Yan. At this moment, the originally illusory empty space was even sharper than the edge of a blade. In merely an instant, Xiao Yan had already been completely sealed. He did not even have the opportunity to withdraw. TSK, 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 die. Die. In the end, you are merely a human brat. How can your strength contend with this venerable self? Even if you have the heavenly flame protecting your body, do you really think that this venerable self will not be able to do anything to you? Seeing that Xiao Yan had been sealed by this heaven-capturing claw, the corners of He Mu's scarlet mouth parted into a bloodthirsty ice-cold smile. A scarlet glow shot out from both of his eyes like a rainbow. His expression as he stared at Xiao Yan became increasingly excited. It was as though he had already seen Xiao Yan's miserable death. Xiao Yan's pair of beautiful flame eyes stared intently at the incoming hand claw. The strength contained within it was something that even he was unable to contend with. He was certain that if he was even the slightest bit touched by it, it was likely that his physical body, which he had painstakingly trained, would be completely crippled. Not only that, he would also fall into a seriously injured state. At that time, it was likely that he would only be at the mercy of He Mu. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became incomparably anxious. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his palm also quietly sped up without anyone noticing. However, the current Xiao Yan was no longer the young and inexperienced brat from back then. Although the situation before him was urgent, he was extremely clear in his heart that the more desperate the situation was, the more he needed to remain calm. If the frightening might of this heaven-capturing claw really caused his mind to become unstable, the backlash from the heavenly flames would also result in his death. Hence, instead of worrying about this heaven-capturing claw in front of him, it was better for him to wholeheartedly focus on controlling and merging the heavenly flames in his palm. Perhaps, he might still have a chance. Otherwise, he would definitely die without a burial site today. Hence, he must succeed in the merger today. Success or failure was all in his hands. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the 5 clusters of heavenly flames in his hands. A frightening spiritual strength instantly swept out like a storm. The invisible spiritual strength swiftly wrapped around the 5 clusters of heavenly flames and used all its strength to maintain the balance between them. Perhaps it was because of this critical moment that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength actually faintly rose a little. This allowed him to better control the balance between the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. The merger of the 5 clusters of heavenly flames naturally exhausted a great amount of Do Chi. Moreover, Xiao Yan wanted to wholeheartedly control the bone-chilling flame. The exhaustion of his Do Chi was incomparably frightening. In merely a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan felt that the Do Chi in his body had been completely exhausted. A tiredness that originated from his soul swept over his entire body. However, he knew that at this very moment, he definitely could not relax even a little. Heavenly flames, merge for me. Xiao Yan's teeth suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiao Yan to immediately recover his clarity of mind. Immediately, he clenched his teeth tightly. The muscles on his entire face tensed up at this moment. After which, a low and deep beast-like roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. At this moment, there was a somewhat ferocious expression on his stiff face. After his roar sounded, his hands suddenly slapped together. As the flame exploded, the purple-gold dragon scales on Xiao Yan's hands were involuntarily torn apart. Fresh blood was just like a small snake as it coiled and flowed on Xiao Yan's arms. Some of the faint purple-gold blood vessels within it also quietly merged into Xiao Yan's arms after circulating once. In the next moment, after the flame scattered, a mysterious feeling immediately rippled within Xiao Yan's heart. A faint strange feeling continued to swirl within Xiao Yan's heart. It was just like a horned dragon in a pool, appearing and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful 5-color fire lotus slowly surfaced in front of Xiao Yan. The 5-color fire lotus slowly rotated. However, following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding 10,000 feet space was repeatedly torn apart. Empty. Darkness. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature spread throughout the entire mysterious space. The endless space was completely distorted at this moment. At this moment, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Seeing the 5-color fire lotus floating in front of Xiao Yan, He Mu's face, who was nearby, involuntarily twitched violently. A feeling of terror rose from the bottom of his heart like floodwaters. Xiao Yan glanced at He Mu's terrified expression with disdain. Finally, a smile of relief was revealed on his pale face. Immediately, both of his hands pushed forward with all his strength. At the same time, his mouth did its best to shout. Buddhas. Fury. Fire. Lotus. Chapter 176. The beautiful 5-colored fire lotus was just like an exquisite piece of art. Its beautiful appearance caused one's heart to be intoxicated. However, at this moment, this seemingly harmless fire lotus suddenly began to tremble the instant it flew out. Inch by inch, the empty space was like a staircase to heaven. It repeatedly collapsed following the direction the fire lotus flew in. One layer, another layer, on the opposite side, the heaven-capturing claw, which was similarly filled with an imposing aura, also shook the entire empty space. The dark, deep empty space was repeatedly compressed and solidified. It appeared to be viscous as it transformed into a beast claw that towered to the sky. It tore through the empty space and furiously clawed at the distant angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus, which appeared to be only the size of a wash basin, appeared just like an extremely tiny speck of dust when compared to this enormous claw that towered to the sky. It caused one to unknowingly have an illusion that one could not compare with it. Xiao Yan helplessly endured the frightening wind that came head-on. His pale face was distorted by the whistling wind at this moment. The wind was bitterly cold, causing his breathing to become increasingly difficult. At this moment, the Do Chi within his body was severely lacking. He really had no way to ignore this frightening wind. If it was any other time, it was likely that this kind of wind would have difficulty even approaching 1,000 feet. Of course, He Mu was not much better off in comparison. Over half of the layer of dark black sticky liquid on the surface of his body had already disappeared. The aura on his body was also extremely weak. Even his body had involuntarily swayed slightly when the wind came attacking. The key to the victory of this battle was the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw that were about to collide at this moment. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of weariness and powerlessness that were emitted from his body. He forcefully supported his falling body. His dark black eyes stared intently at the slowly rotating fire lotus. Xiao Yan's dry throat rolled violently. His heartbeat also swiftly increased at this moment. At this moment, even with his character, he involuntarily felt incomparably anxious because of the current battle situation. He was naturally aware of the might of the Buddha's fiery lotus. Moreover, the Buddha's fiery lotus this time could be said to be the most powerful one he had ever unleashed. There was naturally no need to doubt its strength. However, He Mu's heaven-capturing claw was also an E-class Do technique with a monstrous might. Even though its strength could not be compared to back then, an E-class Do technique was still an E-class Do technique. The deterrent force of the Do technique was displayed clearly. Using Xiao Yan's man-class Do technique to fight against it caused Xiao Yan's heart to be extremely worried. On the other hand, the anxiety in He Mu's heart was not much less than Xiao Yan's. The wild and violent might of the angry Buddha lotus flame merged with 5 types of heavenly flames. That kind of destructive strength caused his heart to palpitate even though he was a great distance away. Although his heaven-capturing claw was a dignified E-class Do technique, his current strength could not be compared to back then. How could he unleash the true might of an E-class Do technique? It was already not bad to be able to fight against this fire lotus. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. At the same time that his heart palpitated, He Mu's heart was also extremely shocked. It was likely that an ordinary man-class Do technique could not compare with such a frightening Do technique. In this way, would this fire lotus not at the very least be a man-class high-level Do technique? A little bandit brat was actually able to possess a man-class high-level Do technique. Even in the ancient times, there were not many factions that could possess such a wealth from the younger generation. Just who was the person behind this brat? At this moment, He Mu's heart could not help but become anxious once again. There was also some hesitation deep within his heart. It was fine if Xiao Yan was just a lone practitioner. However, if there was a faction behind him, it would definitely be a terrifying person that even he had to keep a safe distance from. If it was that kind of faction, the moment Xiao Yan died, the murderer would be able to be determined to be He Mu. At that time, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping this calamity. However, he had already made a move. Even if he released Xiao Yan at this moment, there would not be any good outcome. Why not go all the way? In any case, there would be the same outcome whether he killed Xiao Yan or not. Naturally, he would not let him off. As he thought of this, a ruthless expression instantly flashed across He Mu's dark eyes. Immediately, his gaze looked at Xiao Yan. The killing intent in his eyes gradually became denser. The moment Xiao Yan sensed the expression in He Mu's eyes, the beautiful fire lotus in the air violently collided with the enormous claw with a frightening aura. As the fire lotus slowly rotated, the outermost golden lotus petals quietly separated from its body and floated around the fire lotus. Circle after circle of golden flame ripples spread out, turning into a curtain of fire that covered the entire space. As the ripples spread out, they were forcefully blocked in the empty space within 100 miles. It was like an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire empty space covered by the fire curtain. In Xiao Yan's eyes, Ling Tian's enormous claw had finally reached down. In front of him, the fire lotus, which was like a speck of dust, appeared to be in imminent danger. It was likely that it would be torn apart by the frightening astral winds that came pressing down in the next instant. However, compared to this imagination, the strength of the fire lotus was even more prominent. With the fire curtain blocked, the heavenly fire that spread out also scattered, transforming into wisps of flames that slowly dissipated into the air. After breaking through the fire curtain, the heaven-capturing claw seemed to become even more arrogant. A terrifying pressure broke through the void. Numerous bright silver spatial storms shot out from the depths of the void like the sharpness of blades. They danced in all directions in this space, causing one to shudder with fear at a glance. The strength that such a wild and violent spatial storm possessed was something that even an ordinary one-star band emperor would not dare to easily ignore. From the looks of it, before the wild and violent spatial storm could wreak havoc, it would be shattered into pieces by the frightening might of the heaven-capturing claw. The might of the world was merely a decoration at this moment. The terror of this E-class DO technique was obvious. Of course, while the spatial storm raged, there were naturally a couple of bright energy pillars that swept towards the Fire Lotus. From the looks of its frightening might, it appeared as though it wanted to shatter the Fire Lotus in an instant. Compared to it, the might of the Fire Lotus was even greater. The lotus petals that were scattered around its body slowly rotated. The seemingly thin lotus petals were just like sharp blades as they rotated. Numerous spatial cracks that were nearly undetectable appeared in the invisible space as they slowly rotated. The tiny cracks intertwined with each other in an irregular manner, appearing just like an extremely small net. However, its sharpness was something that even some of the famous divine steel on the continent would likely appear like tofu in front of it. In the face of this invisible shield, those few bright spatial storms were naturally unable to create any waves. With just a single exchange, these spatial storms, which even a one-star half-martial emperor had to be cautious against, were shattered with a single strike. A clear glass shattering sound was quietly emitted. Following the spreading of another invisible spatial ripple, the atmosphere within this space suddenly became tense. The lotus petals that were floating around the Fire Lotus suddenly trembled intensely the instant the sound was emitted. Wave after wave of surging fire energy swept out like a turbulent sea wave. In merely an instant, a frightening cluster of fire that was 1,000 feet large stood in the empty space like a sun. A dazzling fire light shot in all directions, attacking deep into the empty space. The searing hot flame raged in the empty space. Under the gaze of the naked eye, the dark and empty space appeared just like a cluster of viscous liquid. At a glance, one's sight was blocked by the empty space in front of one, unable to look into the deeper darkness. In contrast, at the same time that the lotus petals changed, Ling Tian's hand claws also became increasingly solid. Waves of dark black fog rose, transforming into sharp arrows in the empty space. With a biting cold glint, they were aimed directly at the Fire Lotus. The black fog rose. In merely an instant, the entire empty space was filled with countless sharp arrows. At a glance, this endless amount of arrows were just like numerous pitch-black poisonous snakes. Their sharp poisonous fangs were impatiently staring at the Fire Lotus. It was as though they would tear the Fire Lotus apart in the blink of an eye if the weather changed. In the next moment, a large black mass of arrows had already completely surrounded the Fire Lotus. The Fire Lotus was surrounded by arrows. At this moment, even the dazzling firelight that he was so proud of had been completely buried. Chapter 177. Swoosh! Suddenly, the countless number of arrows that covered the entire empty space instantly shot out. They were just like arrows that had been released from a bow as they pierced through the empty space. Numerous sharp arrows carried an incomparably strong wind as they smashed into the invisible spatial crack lines around the Fire Lotus. Immediately, a clear sound similar to glass shattering appeared unceasingly. Circular water-like spatial ripples also appeared on the invisible spatial crack lines. In fact, within a couple of breaths' time, the invisible shield that was formed by the countless number of spatial crack lines had also been forcefully smashed into a couple of fist-sized holes by this continuous bombardment. Those tiny spatial crack lines also became increasingly large. Clearly, this spatial crack line alone was unable to block this wild and crazy attack. All it needed was a moment before the spatial crack lines around the Fire Lotus would be completely scattered. However, the Fire Lotus was indifferent to this. The only thing that changed was that the few paper-thin Fire Lotus petals around it had begun to rotate wildly. The rapid rotation caused an additional fire circle to appear around the Fire Lotus. The strength and brutality of the heavenly flame caused the surrounding space to appear like a leaf that had been swept into a storm as it was instantly torn apart. not only that, this frightening firestorm was also swiftly growing at a frightening speed. Within a breath's time, it had soared to 1,000 feet in size. The fire lotus was hidden within it, as though everything that was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with it. Within this space, the empty space was being wildly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even larger pieces of paper were being mercilessly torn apart. The frightening firestorm was still continuing to grow. The expressions on Xiao Yan and He Mu's faces were different when they saw this scene from the outside. The thing that Xiao Yan did not expect was that this angry Buddha lotus flame, that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flames, was actually this frightening. It had merely moved its body randomly, and it had directly torn apart the frightening attack of the heaven-capturing claw. This point caused even him, its owner, to feel incomparably shocked in his heart. On the other hand, He Mu's face, which was covered with mysterious symbols, had an expression that appeared as though it could scare someone to death. The muscles on both sides of his mouth were violently pulled downwards. His pair of shady old eyes appeared as though they were about to spit out fire. The coarse and heavy breathing that was emitted from his nose caused one to feel afraid upon seeing it. This gloomy appearance was as though someone owed him $100 million, causing one's heart to shudder. At this moment, the countless number of sharp arrows that were shooting toward the fire lotus in the empty space were just like yellow autumn leaves that had fallen into it. They were just like fish in the pond that had been caught in it. However, they were unable to avoid it. Even though they possessed a frightening strength that could tear apart the empty space, they appeared to be powerless at this moment. With just one collision, they were torn apart by the frightening firestorm and instantly turned into nothingness. A moment later, after the countless number of arrows in the empty space had been completely destroyed, this wild and violent firestorm once again appeared to have cleared up after the rain. The turbulent empty space finally slowly returned to its calm state. Xiao Yan and He Mu were finally able to once again see the expressions on each other's faces through the empty space. Seeing the expression on He Mu's face, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit surprised in his heart. After all, it was likely that no one would have any good emotions in their hearts after having used a powerful Do technique and still ended up suffering a great loss. At this moment, this manner of He Mu was precisely what Xiao Yan wanted to see. He Mu's pair of extremely dark and solemn eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan at the same time that Xiao Yan saw him. The furious expression in his eyes appeared as though he wished that he could eat Xiao Yan in one bite. However, this violent expression was ultimately exchanged with a cold smile from Xiao Yan. Immediately, the fury in He Mu's eyes soared once again. His pair of dark green eyes were swiftly replaced by a dark and solemn crimson color. The dark black empty space caused one to be unable to sense the wild storm that had occurred in this place a moment ago. Of course, the countless number of dark black arrows that had scattered along with it were also completely swept away. This space once again returned to a temporary silence. However, the atmosphere that was filled with a pressuring force caused one to have a heavy feeling as though a storm was about to arrive. This moment of silence was the final moment before the storm arrived. Once this silence was over, true terror would descend upon this world in the form of the destruction of the world. At that time, it would be the moment where the victor would be decided in a single blow. At this moment, all of the bets of these two people were placed here. Xiao Yan and He Mu looked at each other from a distance within the quiet empty space. The beautiful fire lotus slowly rotated in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. The surrounding space once again collapsed following it. In front of He Mu, the heaven-capturing claw that had covered the entire empty space was facing off against the fire lotus. At this moment, it had also gathered all of its aura and was waiting for the moment to completely erupt. At this moment, an extremely solemn expression appeared on the faces of these two people. Clearly, even with the strength of these two people, they did not dare to guarantee that they would win the current situation. Xiao Yan's talent was indeed frightening and his strength could be considered as truly outstanding among those of the same generation. However, the fellow in front of him was a genuine ancient demon. His original strength was so frightening that even on this continent, he was a terrifying existence that was not the slightest bit weak. Even though his current strength was not as strong as it was back then, after all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. When facing Heimu, he had to be extremely alert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who would be the one to die. Xiao Yan was unwilling to do such a foolish thing that would cause him to fail miserably. Compared to Xiao Yan, the current Heimu was even more intensely nervous. In his heart, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true strength would actually far surpass his expectations. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed could already be considered to be invincible among the half-martial emperors. It was simply impossible for an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor to have any chance of survival when faced with this fire lotus. As for a 9-star half-martial emperor, if they were to receive all of the power of this fire lotus by themselves, even if they did not die, they would only be left with half a life. Of course, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to sit and wait for death when faced with such a frightening do skill. The current Xiao Yan did not have the opportunity to use this fire lotus in front of a 9-star half-martial emperor. If it was not for the fact that Heimu was in a weakened state today, how could Xiao Yan possibly have the opportunity to injure him? Time slowly passed. Within the empty space, the speed at which the gorgeous fire lotus rotated also became faster and faster. Gradually, even with the eyesight of Xiao Yan and Heimu, they were actually only able to vaguely see the outline of the fire lotus. At this moment, the gorgeous fire lotus appeared like a flywheel. From its outer appearance, it was simply impossible to find the slightest trace of a fire lotus. The most surprising thing was that the empty space surrounding the fire lotus was actually not affected in the slightest by such an extremely fast rotation. It still appeared to be calm. However, before the perception of Xiao Yan and Heimu, all of this was revealed regardless of how perfect the decoration was. When they sensed the abnormality around the fire lotus, even the master of the fire lotus, Xiao Yan, involuntarily revealed a shocked expression on his pale face. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, the seemingly calm empty space around the fire lotus at this moment was actually a frightening whirlpool that appeared like a waterspout under the calmness of the space. Following the rapid rotation of the fire lotus, the invisible space formed a funnel-like frightening whirlpool in the empty space. The empty space was being continuously devoured by it. Soon after, it merged with the whirlpool, causing the space within the whirlpool to become increasingly viscous. In merely a short moment, the space within the whirlpool had become like the deep sea. The frightening spatial pressure caused even Xiao Yan's illusory spiritual strength to involuntarily feel a wave of heaviness. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the pressure within the whirlpool was. Chapter 178. While Xiao Yan was investigating the situation around the fire lotus, Heimu on the opposite side had similarly reflected the invisible whirlpool in his eyes. His expression changed as his heart involuntarily became speechless at this heaven-defying technique of Xiao Yan's. He had never expected that a brat whose strength was merely that of a half-D class would actually be able to display such a frightening do technique. From the looks of it, this fire lotus do technique clearly still had room for improvement. In other words, the future tier of the angry Buddha lotus flame would not be limited to a man-class do technique. Once it truly matured, in addition to the continuous growth of Xiao Yan's strength, the strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame would become increasingly frightening. At that time, this angry Buddha lotus flame might even directly surpass the category of a Ling-class do technique and become an E-class do technique. When he thought of this, even with Heimu's character, his heart involuntarily thumped. As an old fellow from 10,000 years ago, he was naturally extremely clear about the terror of an E-class do technique. After all, at this moment, he had 3 E-class do techniques in his hands. Even if this was placed in the ancient times, it would still be considered an extremely large fortune. Heimu clearly remembered that back then, there were many strong people who were stronger than him who wanted to compete with him. However, in the end, all of their efforts were in vain, and they suffered a double loss after trying to win. When Mu, who possessed an E-class Do technique, unleashed it with all his strength, even if the other party's strength had reached the Source Zone class, the overbearing E-class Do technique would still allow Mu to remain in an invincible position. Hence, Mu had always paid great attention to E-class Do techniques in his heart. As for the Shin-class Do technique that was one level higher, Mu did not even dare to think about it. Even in his era, that kind of Do technique was something that only the truly strong people on the continent could possess. The strength of that kind of Do technique was something that even with Mu's character in the past, he had never dared to imagine. A man-class Do technique was sufficient to completely destroy a part of the world. Wouldn't a Ling-class Do technique be even better? An E-class Do technique was already sufficient to treat the world as nothing. In that case, a Shin-class Do technique. Mu's body suddenly trembled when he thought of this. His empty eyes hurriedly recovered. He shook his head and swiftly cut off the thread of thought in his heart. After which, he once again looked at Xiao Yan with a lingering fear in his heart. However, at this moment, Mu's tanned face appeared somewhat pale. In front of a Shin-class Do technique, even he did not dare to think too much. This did not mean that he was afraid of a Saint-class Do skill. A Do skill would forever be a medium for Do Chi or Genesis Chi. Without someone to use it, it was similarly useless. However, the Shin-class Do technique did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, it would not cause Mu's hair to stand just by thinking about it. Not only was the Shin-class Do technique frightening, but it was also difficult to control it without sufficient strength. As for the Shin-class taboo Do techniques that were even more difficult to imagine, with that kind of power, perhaps the entire continent would suffer from a destructive storm. Fortunately, let alone a Shin-class taboo Do technique, there had not been any news of a Shin-class Do technique in the past 1,000 years on the continent. Even an E-class Do technique was something that the number of people who could truly grasp in the hands of the current continent was similarly very few. After all, while a frightening Do technique of that level was extremely powerful, it also required quite a lot of effort to create. In this aspect, only those true experts on the continent were able to do so. At the same time, the most important factor was one's comprehension ability, some other ethereal state, or some special inheritance left behind by some experts. Perhaps one would have the opportunity to create a Do technique. Otherwise, it was something like trying one's luck. For example, Xiao Yan. The situation had changed. Under the suppression of the combined strength of the experts on the continent, all the Do skills that surpassed the Tian-class Do skill had to be released into the endless empty space when they were unleashed. This rule also prevented the entire continent from being turned into a desolation by the battles between the experts. While Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame was swiftly agglomerating its strength, the similarly incomparably frightening E-class Do technique, Heaven Capturing Claw, was crazily fighting for all the energy within this space. On the dark black hand claw, the hand claw that was agglomerated from the endless void was currently emitting waves after waves of frightening devouring strength. That strength originated from the void. At this moment, it was once again devouring the void, causing it to become even more frightening. As the endless void was repeatedly devoured, a layer of dark black light spots was swiftly agglomerating at a speed visible to the naked eye on the surface of the dark black hand claw. Following the agglomeration of these dark black light spots, numerous armor-like items vaguely appeared on this frightening hand claw. Those fragments also gradually joined together under the repeated agglomeration of the dark black light spots. The shattered armor was also being restored to its original condition. Xiao Yan outside of the arena immediately knit his brows tightly when he saw this scene. This heaven-capturing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. It was actually able to use the spatial strength within the endless void to agglomerate an armor. In this way, not only did the heaven-capturing claw obtain a great increase in its strength, it was also able to repeatedly swallow the spatial strength around it to replenish itself. If the angry Buddha lotus flame was unable to break it in one go, it was likely that the result would not be something that the current Xiao Yan was willing to see. Being the owner of this heaven-capturing claw, Heimu did not appear to be too surprised in his heart when he saw the scene that was happening on the heaven-capturing claw. This heaven-capturing claw was one of his trump cards when he was at his peak. Even now, the angry Buddha lotus flame in front of him was not weak. However, he still had quite a lot of confidence in his heaven-capturing claw. An E-class Do technique was not something that could be described with words alone. Sensing the waves of increasingly frightening aura that was being emitted from the heaven-capturing claw, Heimu's face, which had become somewhat nervous because of the angry Buddha lotus flame, once again recovered its calmness at this moment. It seemed that in order to borrow the strength of the heaven-capturing claw to take down Xiao Yan in one go, the current Heimu had truly gone all out. One could see that Heimu's pair of shriveled hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were slowly extended out. His shriveled hands were slightly curled as they were lifted. He gently drew across his forehead, which was covered with wrinkles. His usually unremarkable fingernails were even sharper than those steel blades and swords at this moment. As Heimu's fingertips drew across, a bloody wound was slowly cut open in the middle of his brows. After which, under Heimu's control, a drop of essence blood, which carried a dark golden glow, slowly floated in front of Heimu. At the same time that this essence blood was forced out, Heimu's originally pale face became even more withered and yellow. Under his shriveled face, it appeared that only a piece of his skull was left. The glow within his pair of shady eyes had also completely disappeared. The aura of his entire body had suddenly dropped by a level at this moment. Given Heimu's current condition, the price of using the essence blood within his body was indeed a little too great. However, it was fortunate that this body did not completely belong to him. While he was suffering, the original owner of this body, Qingmu, would also be implicated. Thus, Heimu's heart felt a little better. However, the current situation was not like this. What he needed to do was to once again raise the strength of the heaven-capturing claw. As an E-class Do technique, the current heaven-capturing claw did not even possess 1% of its strength at its peak condition. The most important aspect of an E-class Do technique was the merger of Do Qi and spiritual strength. Only when the two were merged and complemented each other would its strength be able to be multiplied. Heimu appeared somewhat strenuous as he inhaled a deep breath of the air in front of him that contained a bloody stench that pounced toward him. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. The moment he opened them again, a glow shot out in all directions from his eyes. A thought passed through his heart and the remaining Do Qi in his body began to surge like a surging river. Waves of majestic spiritual strength between Heimu's brows also transformed into waves of earth-shaking waves that swept toward every corner of this space. In the next moment, Heimu's right hand's index finger and middle finger were placed together. He moved his wrist and the tip of his finger repeatedly flashed over that drop of essence blood. At the same time that his finger repeatedly flashed, the waves of invisible spiritual strength around him also seemed to have been attracted by something and completely gathered toward that drop of essence blood. Ha! Merge for me! Suddenly, Heimu's mouth emitted a low beast-like cry. His dark black index finger also pressed on that drop of essence blood at the same time as this low cry was emitted. Immediately, light shot in all directions. Countless golden lights that were wrapped by spiritual strength shot out in all directions like numerous glaring sunlight. Immediately, all of them gathered into the heaven-capturing claw. They followed the numerous swirls on the surface of the heaven-capturing claw and merged into it, causing the heaven-capturing claw to vaguely possess a kind of special strength. Buzz. At a certain moment, a buzzing sound that seemed to cause space to tremble was suddenly emitted from the quiet empty space. Immediately, one could see a circular brilliant flame wave in the empty space swiftly spread apart like a wave on the sea following that buzzing sound. It broke through all the restraints of the surrounding space and directly collided with the enormous Ling Tian's hand claw that was surrounding it. Ling Tian's hand claw also seemed to have sensed something. The hand claw that covered most of the empty space also emitted a buzzing sound at this moment. Immediately, this enormous hand claw appeared to have come alive. The enormous hand claw suddenly moved. Its 5 fingers spread open and it waved the sharp hand claw. A claw violently smashed toward the incoming flame wave. At this moment, the true collision had just begun. Chapter 179. Bang! A frightening Do-Chi storm swept apart like a tsunami from the empty space. The beautiful flame was mixed with a dense black-colored fog. The two were like 2 enormous dragons that were entangled with each other as they swept in all directions with this frightening Do-Chi storm. At this moment, the entire space began to tremble intensely. Even the world above the space, which had just returned to its peaceful state, began to tremble slightly at this moment. Ha! What is going on? A light flashed in the sky above the endless forest. Immediately, old Luo's figure appeared in the empty space. A pair of sharp old eyes were filled with a grave expression as he stared at the ground in the forest below. Just a moment ago, old Luo had clearly sensed a slight tremor in this space. The reason for the tremor was from the ground in front of him. More accurately speaking, it should be from deep within the ground. With old Luo's cultivation and extraordinary perception, he was able to tell that the strength that caused this space to tremble originated from 2 kinds of Do skills, even though he was unable to completely absorb the scene at the source of the tremor in his eyes. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed slightly when he sensed this. He Mu had dragged Xiao Yan deep into the ground for half a month. With He Mu's strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already become a dead soul under his claws during this half a month. Since this was the case, who was the person who had used the Do skills at this moment? Old Luo's gloomy expression, which had been gloomy for half a month, immediately became gloomy when he thought of Xiao Yan. Something had happened to Xiao Yan. All of this could ultimately be blamed on him. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. It had only been half a month. Why had the deep ground once again become turbulent? Just what is going on? Don't tell me that brat Yan Xiao is actually still alive. But with He Mu's methods, how could he possibly leave Yan Xiao alive? Moreover, Yan Xiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight back then. Even if he had recovered during this half a month, he would definitely not be a match for He Mu. That person, after analyzing in his heart, Elder Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. The expression between his eyebrows seemed to have thought of something. He slightly clenched his fists under his sleeves and muttered to himself in a low voice, could it be that this is that old fellow Qing Mu? Did he break free? When he thought of this, Elder Luo felt a little more relaxed. Now that Xiao Yan was in trouble and Qing Mu was still alive, this could be considered a good outcome for him. However, old Luo quickly knitted his brows. Based on his understanding of the two of them, He Mu's strength was stronger than Qing Mu's. In the past, he had to join forces with Qing Mu in order to barely suppress He Mu. Although He Mu had exhausted all the energy he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years in the great battle half a month ago, Qing Mu had also exhausted a lot of energy in that battle. Under He Mu's control, the energy in his body must have been exhausted. And after half a month of recovery, even if He Mu could not return to his previous state, he was definitely not someone that Qing Mu could deal with. If Qing Mu were to fight again at this time, the result would not be good. When he thought of this, the relaxed expression on Elder Luo's face could not help but become nervous again. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Luo quickly calmed down. He flipped his palm and a green jade token appeared in his palm. The moment the jade token appeared, Elder Luo clenched his fist and the green jade token was instantly crushed into a pile of stone powder. At the same time, in the depths of the vast forest, there was a flash of brilliance. Dozens of figures flew into the sky and turned into green meteors as they rapidly flew toward Elder Luo. Elder Luo. When the dozens of figures arrived in front of Elder Luo, they simultaneously stopped and stood in the sky. They bowed to Elder Luo and greeted him respectfully. At this time, Elder Luo was not in the mood to care about these complicated formalities. He waved his hand casually and said, "Quickly disperse. All of you, quickly disperse and set up a large formation outside the forest. I presume that there will be a fierce battle soon. During this period, all of you are not allowed to leave your posts without permission. You must be on guard at all times. Once there is any movement, there is no need to inform this old man." As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, the figures in green robes responded in unison. Elder Luo was worried about the situation below and was about to leave. "Elder Luo, may I know what happened? Why is Elder Luo in such a hurry?" Just as Elder Luo's figure turned around, the figure closest to Elder Luo behind him hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask. When Elder Luo heard this, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He could not help but want to slap the person who spoke to him to death. The battle was over, and the patriarch had been captured. Now, you're asking me what happened? How could I not be enraged? You. Good. 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 You are really good. What a good 32 spirit guards of the spirit ginseng tribe. You really do not come out until death is near. Go back and set up the array. When Elder Luo shouted angrily, the 32 spirit guards immediately trembled. They did not dare to say anything else and quickly lowered their heads and retreated. Although Old Luo was not a member of their spiritual ginseng tribe, they clearly knew that Old Luo's position in the tribe was no different from the tribe leader. Naturally, they would not be able to bear the anger of the tribe leader. Elder Luo angrily glared at the departing figures of the group of spiritual guards. He also angrily flung his wide sleeves and scolded in a low voice. Humph. No wonder the great spirit ginseng tribe declined to such a state. How can such people protect the spirit ginseng tribe? You have been living a peaceful life for too long. You have forgotten how the world works. When Elder Luo regained his senses, he looked at the ground below again. The expression on his face became worried. Sigh. I hope that old man can rush out. As long as he is on the ground, everything will be easy. This time, Heimu will not be able to return. However, compared to Elder Luo's guesses and worries on the ground, there was another scene in the mysterious space below the ground. A wild and violent Do-Chi storm swept through the entire space. In the empty space, 3 layers of the 5 petals of the angry Buddha lotus flame had already been removed. Only the lotus core was left. At this moment, Heimu was finally able to clearly see the faint light figure on the angry Buddha lotus flame. The face of the light figure was not much different from Xiao Yan's. Seeing this, Heimu's heart was immediately shocked. Putting aside the fact that this Do skill was at the peak of the man-class Do skills, just this light figure alone was enough to shock him. This angry Buddha lotus flame was actually created by Xiao Yan. After experiencing 3 frightening Do-Chi attacks, Heimu could clearly sense that the strength of the fire lotus was stronger each time. The subsequent attacks would likely be even more frightening. What kind of monster is this little fellow? He is merely a bandit. How can he create such a frightening thing? Is this really something that a human can do? If it was an ordinary man-class Do skill, Heimu would be able to face it without the Do skill spirit transformation even if the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame was quite great. However, if it was like this, he could not help but feel a little worried. The terror of the Do skill spirit transformation was that it was able to unleash all the strength of a man-class Do skill to its greatest extent. It was able to unleash the strength that a man-class Do skill possessed without restraint. This point was something that an ordinary man-class Do skill could not compare with. It was also because of this point that Heimu knew that the strength that the remaining 2 layers of lotus petals possessed would be even more frightening than what he had imagined in his heart. On the other hand, that heaven-seizing claw was indeed worthy of being an E-class Do technique. Although its strength was not as strong as it was back then, even so, that enormous hand claw still maintained its integrity. The strength within it was also incomparably powerful. In comparison, Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame was as tiny as a speck of dust in front of it. Looking at the current Xiao Yan, his aura had already become extremely weak. His entire face was devoid of blood. A pair of bright eyes appeared to be deeply embedded in his eye sockets. His entire body's condition was extremely weak. If it was not because he was forcefully supporting himself with his mind, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already landed somewhere unknown. After a short period of silence, the fire lotus petals once again separated from the main body in the air. A turbulent black fog once again surged out from the surface of the heaven-capturing claw. The next moment, the final attack finally arrived. Chapter 180. The extremely frightening flame wave carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it swept across the entire empty space and violently smashed toward the heaven-capturing claw. At the same time, the turbulent black fog around the heaven-capturing claw also suddenly swept apart after churning for a while. It violently collided with the flame wave. Immediately, the entire space once again shook intensely. The shaking this time around was even more intense than the previous few times. Even the ginseng ancient trees in the outside world shook intensely. Elder Luo's originally tightly knit eyebrows became even more twisted when he saw this. His heart was incomparably worried. However, due to the uniqueness of this world, even he was unable to forcefully step into the world below the ground. Ugh! Elder Luo sighed with a solemn face. He could only helplessly shift his attention to the large formation. This was also the final assurance in Elder Luo's heart. The instant the flame wave and the storm formed by the black fog collided, it appeared as though a barrier had been set up in the empty space, separating this space into two halves. The fiercely rising beautiful, heavenly flame, and the black fog that covered most of the empty space like a black cloud were like two ancient giant beasts fighting against each other. The closer it was to the end, the more tense the atmosphere between the two became. It was as though a small opportunity was all that was needed to completely ignite the atmosphere in the battleground. The frightening wave that was agglomerated from 5 types of heavenly flame continued to sweep across the entire empty space. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was known for his playfulness, involuntarily had a flush on his white face. The Do Qi within his body was exhausted, causing the current Xiao Yan to be unable to ignore the heavenly flame wave. The current situation in the battleground was no longer something that he could control. Faced with the heavenly flame that repeatedly attacked him, Xiao Yan could only helplessly and bitterly endure. Xiao Yan involuntarily cursed in his heart as he bitterly sighed in his heart. The merger of 5 types of heavenly flame was something that Xiao Yan had attempted on the Do Qi continent in the past. Even the angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from the merger of 6 types of heavenly flame was also held in Xiao Yan's hand. However, it had never been like this. 5 types of heavenly flame actually caused him to be so tired. Although he cursed in his heart, Xiao Yan clearly understood that this continent was no longer the Do Qi continent. Only in this place was Xiao Yan able to truly experience the true strength that Yao Lao had told him about back then. Burning the heavens and boiling the seas, the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, incinerating everything in the world, the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Back on the Do Qi continent, when Xiao Yan had controlled the purifying demonic lotus flame, he had relied on the purifying demonic lotus flame to defeat the Hall of Souls and fight the Northern Dragon King. At that time, Xiao Yan had thought that he had truly unleashed the strength of the heavenly flame. After all, the angry Buddha lotus flame was already the maximum limit that Xiao Yan could unleash the strength of the heavenly flame. However, it was only after he had become an emperor and displayed the ancient Do technique, the heavenly flame eternal ruler, that he realized that the heavenly flame that Yao Lao had mentioned did not appear to be that powerful. now that Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent and met Guyu, he finally realized that it was not that the heavenly flame was not as powerful as it was rumored to be. Instead, the heavenly flame that he knew was not a true heavenly flame. Bang! The dense white firestorm swept over the entire empty space, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Many large rocks fell from the darkness. They appeared just like a different kind of storm in this empty world. Soon after, however, the frightening, heavenly flame storm swept past and turned into nothingness. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and He Mu suddenly changed. They revealed a deeply shocked expression. The strength of the bone-chilling flame was something that Xiao Yan had personally witnessed. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a powerful flame. After merging with its actual body, the strength of the bone-chilling flame had reached an extremely frightening level. Based on the strength that the bone-chilling flame had unleashed, it was likely that it would not be inferior to the nihility-devouring flame on the Doqi continent. This also caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement at the same time that he felt surprised. TSK. I really did not expect that a mere seed flame would be able to unleash such a terrifying might. It's hard to imagine. If the bone-chilling flame were to unleash all of its might, wouldn't that kind of might be able to destroy the world? Haha, the strength of a heavenly flame is far more frightening than you understand. Hence, if you wish to raise the burning flame mantra to the highest tier, it is impossible without true ability. The shock within Xiao Yan's heart naturally did not escape Guyu's attention. Guyu did not forget to add another obstacle to Xiao Yan's heart while he ridiculed Xiao Yan with his mouth. There was naturally no need to doubt the strength of a heavenly flame. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan's path to raise his strength would be even more difficult. Old Gu's words were not purposely adding pressure to Xiao Yan. Instead, he wanted to let Xiao Yan clearly understand just how high the requirement of strength was for the path that he would take in the future. His current strength was far from sufficient. Xiao Yan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing old Gu's words. His strength came from a heavenly flame. Only by controlling an even more powerful, heavenly flame would he be able to truly gain a foothold in this Yuanwu continent. At that time, the aim of the ghost-shattering gate would be revealed. On the other hand, He Mu's skinny body involuntarily trembled after he sensed the frightening wild and violent aura within the bone-chilling flame. He had actually sensed a trace of a frightening aura that caused him to be incomparably fearful within the heavenly flame. The terror of that aura was even greater than when he was at his peak. Bastard, where exactly did this brat obtain this heavenly flame? How can it be so frightening? This brat, why is the aura on his body a little strange? The strangeness of the bone-chilling flame caused He Mu to involuntarily curse. Even though this was the case, it was still difficult for him to hide the shock in his heart. However, compared to the doubt in He Mu's heart, the frightening storm that was formed by the bone-chilling flame did not give him any time to consider. The moment the wild and violent dragon-like dense white, heavenly flame storm swept out, an unknown number of layers of the invisible space that had been torn apart once again exploded. Within the empty space, the flickering lightning-like spatial storm was like numerous small snakes attached to the periphery of the heavenly flame storm. They violently smashed towards the still incomparably overbearing, heaven-capturing claw. When the heavenly flame storm attacked, the heaven-capturing claw, which was as thick as a dragon pillar, suddenly clenched. A frightening strength also began to wreak havoc. Immediately, a thunder-like explosive sound reverberated over this empty world. The invisible space was like a balloon that was being squeezed between the gaps of the claw. The half-opened and half-closed hand claw tore through the empty space. An incomparably sharp wind transformed into numerous invisible pillars that violently smashed towards the dense white firestorm that was similarly filled with an imposing aura. Unfortunately, this invisible pillar, which even an ordinary bandit would not dare to be careless when seeing it, was like a gentle breeze brushing past the heavenly flame storm. It scattered with a bang before it was even 1,000 feet from the heavenly flame storm. After the pillar was broken, the distance between the heavenly flame storm and the heaven-capturing claw became increasingly smaller. In just an instant, these two powerful dose skills that possessed destructive strength would collide with a bang. The ending of this battle would also officially arrive. In a short instant, the heavenly flame storm and the heavenly flame storm had already violently collided with each other at the same time when the pillar was broken. However, what welcomed Xiao Yan and He Mu was an instant of silence. It was as though two different colored cotton balls had collided in the empty space. Not the slightest sound was emitted, however, in the next moment, a glaring white light shot out from the middle of the collision like a sun in the dark night, causing one to be unable to open one's eyes. Bang! Soon after, a frightening explosion that was like the explosion of a nuclear bomb transformed into a circular invisible air wave that swept over the entire space. Chapter 181. Xiao Yan and He Mu, who were outside of the arena, were naturally unable to escape from such a frightening air wave. When the air wave attacked, the two of them felt as though there was an invisible Mount Tai in the space in front of them. The frightening force caused their chests to be instantly flattened. Xiao Yan only felt a trace of sweetness on the tip of his tongue. After a wave of giddiness passed in his mind, his frail body was directly sent flying. However, soon after Xiao Yan's body flew for nearly 10,000 feet, another wave of even more frightening energy storms suddenly attacked. It carried an aura that could destroy the world as it suddenly attacked. Before Xiao Yan could regain consciousness, it violently smashed into his chest. Bang! A muffled thunder-like sound mixed with a wave of bone-breaking sounds appeared. Xiao Yan's body was immediately sent flying like a football that had been kicked. He turned into a shooting star in the empty space and shot toward the other side of the space. The wild and violent energy was like a wild wind and tsunami as it attacked Xiao Yan's body. The frightening spiritual strength that was contained within the storm directly invaded Xiao Yan's soul. The terror of an E-class Do technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. By combining Do Qi and spiritual strength, not only was it more powerful, but the spiritual strength within it could also directly injure one's soul. This point was something that other ordinary Do techniques could not compare with. However, just as the frightening energy was about to enter Xiao Yan's body and wreak havoc, a bang sounded from within Xiao Yan's body. A large cluster of dense white flames rose and completely swallowed the wild and violent energy and spiritual strength that had entered. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had already fainted. "Ugh, little fellow, you are really crazy. If the old me was not here today, I want to see if you would be able to survive." After dealing with the wild and violent energy, a faint old voice was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged from deep within Xiao Yan's body and merged into the fire symbol between Xiao Yan's brows. The next moment, Xiao Yan, who had already fainted, slowly opened his slightly shut eyes. His dark black pupils were already filled with a dense white raging flame. The corner of his mouth was lifted and revealed a playful smile. His eyes were slowly raised and shot through the dazzling white light toward the similarly extremely weak He Mu. His mouth laughed softly as he said, "Next, let me accompany you to play." The white light that was like the sun slowly scattered. The scene within it had also once again become clear. At this moment, after that wave of attacks, He Mu, who was similarly quite injured, could not help but reveal a joy on his shriveled old face when he saw the scene in the arena. His pair of shady eyes were filled with coldness. Looking from a distance, the dense white, heavenly flame wave in the empty space had already completely scattered. The only thing that was still standing in the empty space was the enormous claw of Ling Tian. The E-class Do technique did indeed live up to its reputation. Even though it did not live up to its great reputation back then, it was still this strong. It was actually able to forcefully scatter such a peerlessly frightening attack like the Heavenly Flame. It was likely that this heaven-capturing claw could be considered extremely strong even when placed among the E-class Do techniques. Although the E-class Do technique was strong, even so, 3 of the 5 dragon pillar-like hand claws on the heaven-capturing claw had already been broken. Even one of the remaining 2 hand claws was only left with less than half of it. There were still a few clusters of dense white, heavenly flame, remaining on the broken part. Following the burning of the heavenly flame, the heaven-capturing claw was also repeatedly being incinerated. It was a long while later before it gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of him, Heimu's brows were involuntarily knit together. He felt quite surprised in his heart. The bone-chilling flame was indeed worthy of being in existence, ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. Even though this was only a seed flame, the strength that it erupted with was still something that even a proud class Do technique had difficulty completely suppressing. A heavenly flame was really this frightening. However, although the heavenly flame was strong, it was ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. There was still quite a big gap when compared to an E-class Do technique. Seeing that the heavenly flame was broken, a smile immediately surfaced on Heimu's face that was covered with strange lines. His mouth involuntarily let out a mocking sound. TSK TSK TSK, human brat, so what if it is a heavenly flame? So what if it is a Do technique that has transformed into a spirit? It is ultimately only a Ren class Do technique. Compared to an E-class Do technique, it is merely a baby. The arc on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became even denser when he heard these words. His gaze turned toward the empty space. A glow flashed across his dense white eyes. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed faintly. Ah, is that so? Don't tell me that you have forgotten that the final layer of the lotus core is accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Although the voice was calm, it was like a wave of clear thunder that was transmitted into the black fungus, causing the expression on his face to swiftly change. Only then did he hurriedly turn his gaze toward the empty space. When his gaze turned over, a cluster of milk-white gentle light quietly flashed across the empty space. It cut through the empty space and once again collided with the heaven-capturing claw. The milk-white gentle light was just like a lustrous white warm jade. If one were to look carefully, one could even faintly see a somewhat illusionary snow-white lotus flower. The milk-white light cluster slowly cut through the empty space, scattering down numerous specks of light that formed a long tail in the empty space. When Heimu's gaze landed on the milk-white light cluster, his sinister old face immediately became solemn. At this moment, even with his character, he had no choice but to admit that the strength contained within this light cluster had already reached the stage where it could shake the heaven-capturing claw. The thing that caused Heimu to feel the most bewildered was that even with his experience, he was actually unable to identify exactly what kind of a heavenly flame this light cluster in front of him was. Hiss! From the wild and violent aura on this thing and the frightening temperature that does not lose to any heavenly flame, this thing is indeed a heavenly flame. However, since when did such a milk-white heavenly flame appear on the heavenly flame ranking? What exactly is this thing? At this moment, the feeling of danger within the depths of Heimu's heart quietly rose once again, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily increase by quite a bit. This also caused Heimu to once again recall the trace of strange aura that was emitted from the bone-chilling flame earlier. When he thought of this, Heimu's expression became even more solemn. Could it be that the aura from earlier belonged to this heavenly flame? When he thought of this, Heimu involuntarily felt a deep chill. The terror of that aura was naturally something that he had deeply experienced. If what he was thinking in his heart was really the case, would the terror of this attack not exceed his expectations? Unfortunately, when Heimu thought of this point, the milk-white light cluster had already carried a long tail and violently collided with the broken, heaven-capturing claw. In the next instant, an even more glaring white light shot out in all directions. This time around, even with Hei Mu's character, he involuntarily narrowed his eyes when the white light shot over. When Hei Mu focused his gaze, he saw through the white light that surrounded the heaven-seizing claw. At the place where the two clashed, the outer layer of armor on the heaven-seizing claw had been completely destroyed. Cracks spread out and covered the entire heaven-seizing claw. On the other hand, the somewhat illusory snow-white lotus flower within the milky white light cluster had become increasingly real at this moment. Faintly, there was a human figure at the center of the lotus flower. The human figure's hands were held in front of his chest. Between his palms, there was an even smaller version of the lotus. The difference was that the lotus was formed from over 20 different colors. In the next instant, under Hei Mu's gloomy gaze, the dazzling lotus slowly flew out from the human figure's palms and collided with the heaven-capturing claw that seemed to be wrapped by a spider web. Soon after, an extremely terrifying explosive sound spread out. The entire space shook because of this, and everything within it was completely destroyed. In the spirit ginseng tribe, on the surface of the ground where the great formation had been set up, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet wide formed a pitch-black abyss under the continuous shaking of the ground. At this moment, old Luo's figure had once again appeared in the sky above the abyss. At the same time, his expression was grave as he looked at the abyss below. Chapter 182. A roar that could cause one's eardrums to explode suddenly resounded over the entire space. At this moment, even the muscles at the corner of Hei Mu's eyes were involuntarily squeezed together. The gap between his teeth that was revealed at the corner of his mouth was repeatedly sucking in threads of hot air. An enormous Do-Chi storm swept over the entire space. The crack lines that covered the entire hand claw and the air also emitted a glaring golden light. Soon after, a clear breaking sound was emitted. The huge heaven-capturing hand claw was forcefully broken at the waist. Soon after, another wave of frightening Do-Chi storm once again swept over. This space was repeatedly destroyed by wave after wave of frightening storms. This entire space had completely turned into a human purgatory. Hei Mu was also repeatedly forced back by this wild and violent storm. The empty space under his feet collapsed time and time again. The frightening wind continued to bombard his body. If it was the body of an ordinary expert, it was likely that he would have long since been turned into dust. At this moment, Hei Mu finally felt a little powerless. The resistance of Qing Mu deep within his soul had also gradually become clear. If he could not swiftly finish off Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have the opportunity to make a comeback once Qing Mu woke up. Bastard! Do you really think that this venerable self has no way of dealing with you? Humph, today, I will let you experience the tactics of the Ginseng spiritual tribe. After letting out a low cry, Hei Mu suddenly slammed his palm violently on his chest. His face immediately turned red and a mouthful of essence blood was spat out. As this mouthful of essence blood was spat out, Hei Mu's complexion rapidly turned deathly pale. His aura also abruptly dropped to rock bottom. However, it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the corner of his mouth hung a sinister smile. After spitting out the essence blood, Hei Mu's shriveled hand swiftly formed a seal. The little Do-Chi in his body also gathered into the essence blood at this moment. This continued until a certain moment when a ruthless expression flashed across Hei Mu's eyes. His right hand also violently slammed into the essence blood cluster in front of him. After this palm strike, the palm-sized essence blood cluster instantly exploded into pieces, turning into droplets of blood that scattered over the empty space. Ha! Ginseng spirit root, come here. With a loud shout, Hei Mu raised his head and looked at the sky above him. At the same time, he raised his palm with his palm facing upwards. It was as if he was trying to summon something. Swish, after a few breaths, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Hei Mu once again let out an explosive roar. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. Then, he fiercely pulled it back, space cracked as an emerald green tree root with a diameter of several hundred feet broke through the air under this force. The cruel smile on Heimu's face widened when he saw this tree root. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. The dense white flame in his eyes also burned even more intensely at this moment. No wonder the spirit ginseng race is no longer as glorious as it was in the past. So it turns out that there's actually a traitor like you who wantonly wasted the inheritance left behind by your ancestors. It's truly a great crime that deserves death. Although Xiao Yan thought in his heart, he did not attack. He really wanted to see the ability of the spirit ginseng race. He also wanted to see just how much of the spirit ginseng race's strength could be displayed by Heimu. Seeing the emerald green tree root in front of him, Heimu's dark old eyes revealed a cold expression. His tongue violently licked his lips as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Xiao Yan, Heimu involuntarily frowned. However, he quickly threw the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. His right hand turned into a claw. His flat fingernails were as sharp as blades at this moment. Immediately, his right hand was inserted into the spirit ginseng tree root in front of him, piercing the core of the root. Bang! Another explosion sounded at the spot where the creamy white light cluster collided with the heaven-capturing claw. A frightening do-chi storm once again swept over like a tsunami. Ha! At this moment, Heimu's dark black and deep old eyes had been completely replaced by a dark green color. The flickering light gave off an extremely evil feeling. The strange dark green lines that covered his entire body also emitted waves of strange light. Heimu's aura was also swiftly recovering at an extremely frightening speed. Faced with the frightening storm that was attacking him, Heimu's reaction was only a soft, aha. However, this was all. The frightening storm appeared to have collided with a wall. It abruptly turned around and was annihilated in this empty space together with the storm that came right after. Ga. After a strange laugh, Heimu's hand, which was inserted into the tree root, was suddenly withdrawn. At the same time, the enormous spirit ginseng tree root also emitted a bang sound and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Ga. Yan Xiao, do you know how many years this spirit ginseng root needs to grow? Heimu casually shook away the fragments. He felt that his body was once again filled with strength. He looked at Xiao Yan and opened his mouth to speak with a sinister smile. With regards to this, Xiao Yan did not comment. The Heimu in front of him would answer him one by one. 4,000 years of accumulation in order to become a Do-di. Tell me, is this easy? However, you merely use less than an hour to use it to recover to the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Hearing the words from Heimu's mouth, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows again. His mouth similarly replied in an indifferent manner. Cuckoo, being able to be used by me, its life of training was not in vain. If it was still alive, I wonder what it would think. If it was still alive, would the spirit ginseng tribe be in this state? Hearing the words of Xiao Yan, Heimu immediately became a little agitated. His mouth directly pointed at the current spirit ginseng tribe. The spirit ginseng tribe has sealed themselves in. They think that they can be independent just because they are ignorant of the matters of the world. Don't tell me that these old fellows are not aware of the state of the continent. The current ruin of the spirit ginseng tribe is all caused by them. I only want the spirit ginseng tribe to rise once again. What is wrong with that? What right do they have to seal me? Toward the end, Heimu's emotions were close to madness. His mouth repeatedly cursed the older generation of the spirit ginseng tribe. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. The spirit ginseng tribe naturally needs to be revived. However, the method you have chosen is wrong. Your ancestor might have been wrong, but you should not have done the opposite. The tree demon is a great taboo of the spirit ginseng tribe. By turning into a demon, you are, enough. You really speak a lot. I am merely giving you a chance to breathe. Do you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as this venerable self? Once he finished speaking, Mu could not be bothered to say anything else. The do-chi within his body surged wildly. The broken connection between Mu and the heaven-capturing claw was once again forcefully reconnected. The corner of Mu's mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he sensed the wild and violent strength within the heaven-capturing claw. An E-class do technique was indeed an E-class do technique. Even at this moment, it was still incomparably powerful. Swoosh! Suddenly, Mu's body moved. His body had already disappeared from the spot. At the same time, all the remaining do-chi within the heaven-capturing claw began to wildly erupt at this moment. Soon after, a frightening storm once again swept through the entire space. The final attack of the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heaven-capturing claw had completely erupted. Chapter 183. Within the mysterious space, the full-force attack that contained all of the do-chi of the two half-emperor experts completely erupted. A frightening do-chi storm raged in the empty space. Xiao Yan and Mu within it appeared as though they had nothing to do with it. They were completely unaffected. Following the explosion of the two do skills, an enormous mushroom cloud slowly formed in the empty space. A frighteningly high temperature and a grayish-white fog that permeated the sky filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. At a glance, all that one could see within this space was a grayish haze. Within a short couple of breaths, this place appeared to have changed into a completely different world. At this moment, the expression of Xiao Yan did not change in the face of this. The figure that stood in the empty space did not move at all. His eyes narrowed and a strange glint flashed across his densely white eyes. The aura of his entire body was withdrawn and he appeared just like an ordinary person without any cultivation. The grayish energy fog slowly spread. Finally, it wrapped around Xiao Yan within it. With his sight blocked, Xiao Yan simply closed his eyes and allowed the fog to wrap around him. The corner of his mouth continued to carry a playful smile. Swoosh! A sharp rushing wind sound appeared. The energy fog in the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly parted to two sides. Soon after, a tiny spatial crack line appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan's chest. A shriveled hand that was covered with strange dark green lines was extended from it. A palm violently pressed down on Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! Soon after, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted. Within the empty space, Xiao Yan still did not move at all. When one looked at his chest again, the shriveled hand that was violently pressing down was easily blocked by another white hand that was heading toward him. This hand appeared to be casual. However, the moment the two palms came into contact, the surrounding empty space suddenly collapsed like a dam that had been flooded. At this moment, at a glance, the shriveled palm seemed to be difficult to resist. That seemingly white palm actually possessed even more strength than the shriveled palm. Ha! At the moment when the two forces came into contact, there was a cry of surprise in the void. Obviously, he was quite surprised that Xiao Yan still had the strength to resist at this moment. The thing that shocked him the most was that the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed at this moment was actually not inferior to his current self. How is that possible? With his current state, how could he possibly possess such strength again? No, that's impossible. In the void, Mu stared in shock at the white palm that was fighting against him. His heart was filled with bewilderment. Do-chi gathered in his palm. Immediately, the shriveled hand suddenly shook. At the same time as it separated from the white hand, the turbulent do-chi in his palm suddenly spluttered out and smashed toward the white hand. At this moment, Xiao Yan also suddenly opened his slightly shut eyes. Two terrifying, heavenly flame, light beams shot out from his densely white eyes and completely incinerated the do-chi that was smashing over. At the same time, that white hand followed up with another attack. The instant Mu's hand entered the empty space, it violently smashed toward it. In the next moment, one could hear a bang sound. The empty space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded. A skinny human figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Grug, after that human figure forcefully stopped his body, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A pair of dark eyes carried an expression of disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan 1,000 feet away. He Mu's body that was sent flying suddenly shook in the empty space. His feet violently stomped on the empty space and his left hand violently smashed toward the empty space behind him. As the Do Chi gushed out, He Mu borrowed the reaction force to completely stop his body. Sensing the waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his right arm, even with He Mu's mental fortitude, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched intensely. The palm that followed closely was even more frightening than the one before. Being caught off guard, He Mu also suffered quite a bit. When He Mu focused his gaze and looked over, his gaze was fixed on the pair of densely white eyes of Xiao Yan. Seeing this, He Mu's eyes immediately shrunk. He recalled the two heavenly flame light beams from earlier and his heart suddenly trembled. It was a long while later before his eyelids trembled slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. "You are not Yan Xiao." Hearing the affirmative words from He Mu's mouth, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His densely white eyes stared at He Mu as he used the same tone to speak. "You are not Qing Mu." When these words left his mouth, He Mu's face immediately trembled 3 times. The casual attitude of Xiao Yan in front of him caused him to feel an extreme danger. Being able to hide in Xiao Yan's body without him even noticing, just this point alone already indicated that his strength was at least above that of a Do Di. However, in He Mu's current condition, his strength was at the very most a 9-star half-emperor. Compared to this person, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although the current He Mu's strength was at least comparable to a 9-star half-emperor, a half-emperor was ultimately only a half-emperor. In front of a true Do Di, he was still so weak. From the looks of it, the gap between the current He Mu and Xiao Yan was like the gap between a man-class Do technique and an E-class Do technique. This was not just a difference of 1 or 2 stars. If one had to describe it, it would be a huge chasm. Bastard! Who exactly is this brat? Why is there such an old demon in his body? At this moment, He Mu's expression involuntarily became completely gloomy. He did not expect that a little half-emperor would actually be able to turn him, a Yuan Zone expert from back then, into such a miserable state. He had also never expected that a Do Di would actually exist in the body of a little half-emperor. However, regardless of how he thought, the current situation was that he, He Mu, no longer had any way out. In front of a Do Di, his current little strength was really insufficient. However, in the next instant, a thread of hope once again rose within He Mu's heart. His dark old eyes narrowed into a thin line as he stared at Xiao Yan. The grave expression on his face slowly disappeared. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a strange smile. He, He Mu, might not really have no way out. Ha 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 ha. Do Di is actually hiding in the body of a little half-emperor, not daring to show himself to others. Why? Does a dignified Do Di only know how to do such despicable things? Suddenly, He Mu raised his head and let out a mocking laugh. His dark old eyes stared at Xiao Yan on the opposite side. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The expression of Xiao Yan did not change in the face of this. His eyes flickered slightly as he similarly looked at He Mu and softly opened his mouth to laugh. Why? Do you really wish to see my actual body? He Mu laughed softly when he heard this. A glint flashed across his eyes as he once again opened his mouth to laugh. A scoundrel. So what if I don't see you? Unfortunately, this venerable self will actually die in the hands of an unknown despicable person. My heart is really unwilling to accept this. Mu actually did not forget to shake his head and sigh when he finished speaking. This caused the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan on the opposite side to become even denser. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan opened his mouth to laugh coldly. Since you wish to see my actual body so much, I shall give in to you. Die thoroughly. A glint suddenly flashed across Mu's eyes after his voice sounded. He laughed coldly in his heart. Chapter 184. The fire seal between Xiao Yan's brows flickered in front of Mu's eyes. Soon after, a faint dense white light cluster slowly drifted out. It gradually transformed beside Xiao Yan's body and transformed into a white-robed old man. It was Guyu. When Guyu left Xiao Yan's body, the unconscious Xiao Yan's body softened and fell into the empty space. Guyu appeared to have expected this. A thought passed through his mind and his sleeves fluttered. An invisible force swept out and supported Xiao Yan's body in the empty space. Mu, who had been staring at Guyu, flashed the moment Guyu appeared. He left behind an afterimage on the spot and charged toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the empty space. From the way Mu saw it, since this old fellow beside him had hidden in Xiao Yan's body without harming him, it meant that the relationship between the two of them was not simple. As long as he could control Xiao Yan, he would be able to force Guyu to hold back. Although Mu's strength was clearly inferior to Guyu's, Mu was confident that he could capture Xiao Yan the moment Guyu left Xiao Yan's body. Although 1,000 feet was quite a long distance, it was covered in the blink of an eye for these bandy experts. At the same time that Mu's body disappeared, the empty space beside Xiao Yan's body suddenly distorted intensely. Mu's body instantly appeared. At the same time that Mu appeared, his movements did not pause even a little. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and swiftly grabbed at Xiao Yan's neck. All of this might seem long, but it happened in a split second. It was only at this moment that Guyu finally revealed himself. However, Mu's hand claw was already less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's neck. Given this distance and Mu's speed, even an elite Do-D would not be able to react in time. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was bound to fall into Mu's hands. However, even at this moment, Guyu, who had already reacted, remained unmoved. It was as though his heart was filled with despair. He stood in the same spot without moving. Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw that Guyu did not move from the corner of his eyes. His heart felt strange. Given Guyu's strength, he should have already reacted to Mu's actions. Even if he knew that Xiao Yan would still end up in his hands, he should not have simply waited for death. However, Mu was confused by Guyu's actions. However, in the next moment, just as Mu's fingertips touched Xiao Yan's collar, Xiao Yan's body, which was being supported in the air, suddenly went limp and fell toward the endless void below. Ha! When he saw this scene, Mu's eyes suddenly shrunk. The expression in his eyes changed and he swiftly reacted in his heart. His body in the air forcefully twisted as he flipped his hand and violently threw a palm strike at the empty space behind him. Bang! The empty space in front of him suddenly exploded the moment his palm was thrown forward. A shriveled hand was extended from nowhere and violently collided with Mu's palm. When the two palms collided, the expected evenly matched strength did not appear. Instead, the instant the black wood came into contact with the palm, the force in the palm was forcefully destroyed by an even more domineering force as if it was breaking rotten wood. Mu's body swiftly fell toward the empty space below as fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan was also falling below him. The fresh blood that Mu spat out turned into a blood arrow that ruthlessly shot toward the empty space on the other side. However, a cluster of dense white heavenly flame emitted a puffed sound and appeared in the air when the blood arrow was formed. It instantly incinerated the blood arrow into nothingness. However, it was also at this moment that the falling Mu had once again appeared above Xiao Yan's head. The corners of Mu's mouth carried an evil smile. His eyes stared at the already unconscious Xiao Yan in front of him as if he wanted to devour a person. He extended his hand and it landed on Xiao Yan's face, intending to control Xiao Yan in his hand. However, just as He Mu's hand was about to grab Xiao Yan, a dense white heavenly flame rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body with a puffed sound. It enveloped Xiao Yan's entire body within it. He Mu's hand then violently pressed against the heavenly flame. Sizzle sizzle, instantly, a sizzling sound that was similar to being barbecued was emitted from within. Accompanying the sound was a faint smell of burnt meat. He Mu's face, which was still wearing an evil smile a second ago, suddenly became distorted a second later. His entire face appeared to have been violently ravaged. It was twisted into a ball, giving him a frightening appearance. After a hissing pain, He Mu forcefully withdrew his hand. The Do Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. After a few fierce attacks, he finally extinguished the bone-chilling flame that was still stuck to his hand. At a closer look, his hand, which was originally only skin and bones, had become a bloody mess at this moment. If one were to carefully observe, one could roughly see the dense white bones under the skin. There were a couple of thumb-sized bloody holes in his palm. At a glance, one would involuntarily feel a chill on one's back. He Mu forcefully endured the heart-wrenching pain from his palm. An extremely furious and cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze and instantly stared at Guyu, who had already appeared in the void. He immediately reprimanded angrily, "What are you doing here?" "Humph. What a fellow who hides his head and shows his tail. It is unexpected that a dignified Dodi like you is actually so despicable." A cold glint flashed across Guyu's dense white eyes when he heard this. His mouth emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he opened his mouth to speak. "Haha, in terms of despicableness, I am really not even 1,000th of you. A mere bandit actually dares to shamelessly boast about being despicable in front of the old me. Do I even need to use any tactics to deal with you?" Guyu waved his sleeve after uttering those words. Immediately, a large cluster of bone-chilling flames swiftly spread from the empty space under his feet, spreading over a large area. He Mu's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this attack. His body, which was standing in the empty space, suddenly withdrew by 500 kilometers. Only after he withdrew from the area covered by the bone-chilling flame did he look at Guyu with a frightened face. Both of his eyes were filled with an incomparably grave expression. It was a long while later before his mouth finally spoke with great difficulty. You are the owner of the bone-chilling flame." Only at this moment did He Mu completely understand that this old man in front of him was likely the owner of the trace of aura that he had sensed earlier. Did this not mean that the strength of this old fellow, who had entered Xiao Yan's body, was at the very least an expert at the origin state? Guyu merely laughed coldly when he heard the words from He Mu's mouth. He was non-committal as he slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He extended his index finger and gently pressed it on the empty space in front of him. His mouth spoke at the same time. "Seal." As soon as he gave the order, white flame pillars appeared out of thin air within 1,000 feet of He Mu in this space. Hundreds of light pillars were connected. Within a couple of breaths, they formed a heavenly flame cage that trapped He Mu within it. Chapter 185. He Mu's eyes slowly swept over the heavenly flame cage that had trapped him. At this moment, the expression in his eyes had become extremely grave. His heart was filled with both shock and fear. He had never expected that the old fellow in Xiao Yan's body would be so powerful. It should be known that based on the aura that he had sensed earlier, the true strength of this old fellow in front of him was even greater than when he was at his peak. The strength of this old fellow in front of him had at the very least reached the great origin zone level. He Mu felt a wave of helplessness in his heart when he thought of this. A origin zone expert was not someone that the current him could deal with. However, how could He Mu be so easily resigned to this? Although his strength was inferior to the other party, he was once an expert at the great origin zone level. Moreover, Heimu had prepared for over 1,000 years in order to completely escape the Ginseng spirit tribe's restraints. Now that he had ended up in such a state because of Xiao Yan, how could he swallow this anger? Humph. Even if you have trapped this venerable self, what can you do to me? At the very most, this venerable self will die together with the owner of this physical body. At this moment, Heimu's heart was incomparably alarmed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Guyu's strength far exceeded his. Since he couldn't defeat Guyu, he could only use green wood as a final barrier to threaten Guyu. He believed that Guyu wouldn't easily attack with green wood in his hands. Unfortunately, although Heimu was somewhat confident in his heart, there was one thing that he had not expected: Guyu did not care about Qingmu's life or death. Guyu only cared about Xiao Yan. Hence, Guyu involuntarily snorted after hearing Heimu's threatening words. He lifted his eyebrows and looked at Heimu. Guyu involuntarily laughed out loud when he noticed the expression on Heimu's face, which appeared as though he was prepared to die together with Heimu. After which, he stared at Heimu with an indifferent expression and opened his mouth to laugh. Are you planning to use Qingmu's life to threaten the old me? Heimu slowly withdrew the smile on his face when he heard the strange meaning in Guyu's words. He frowned and looked at Guyu with narrowed eyes. What? Do you really intend to kill me and Qingmu together? What do you think? Guyu's voice was quickly emitted after Heimu's words sounded. Heimu's eyes suddenly shrunk when he heard the indifference in Guyu's words. His heart, which had calmed down earlier, was once again suspended in his throat. Could it be that the old bastard before him really intended to kill him and Qingmu together? When he thought of this, Heimu's entire body trembled violently. Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. His heartbeat became even more intense at this moment, and his breathing also became hurried. Heimu seemed to have suddenly recalled something a moment later. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at Guyu. Coincidentally, his gaze met Guyu's densely white eyes. At the instant when the two of them looked at each other, there seemed to be an invisible wave of terrifying icy cold energy shooting towards Heimu, causing Heimu to hurriedly shift his gaze away. An icy aura was suddenly emitted from the empty space in front of Heimu when he shifted his eyes away. By the time Heimu carefully looked at it, the empty space a couple of inches in front of him had already been sealed by ice. The corner of Heimu's mouth twitched slightly. A fury immediately surged into his heart. The do-chi within his body surged as Heimu suddenly waved his hand. A do-chi pillar shot out and shattered the cold ice in front of him. Heimu once again turned his eyes to Guyu. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph. You are really a vicious and merciless person. If you really do not have any misgivings, this venerable self will not be able to escape death. However, I think that your relationship with Yan Xiao is not ordinary. If I am not wrong, this brat should be your disciple." Guyu immediately lifted his brows when these words were uttered. A surprised glint flashed across his eyes, but a cold smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. Heimu was really overthinking things. However, Guyu had indeed thought of something. If it was someone else, Guyu might have already ended the matter. However, the key was that Qingmu had some relationship with Elder Luo in the outside world. This relationship was also beneficial to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, he would not have bothered about Qingmu or Heimu. Guyu did not have the mood to think too much about his disciple. He knew quite a lot about Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had also mentioned Yao Lao's existence to him. Hence, even Guyu had to admit that he was not suitable to be Xiao Yan's teacher. Hey, you are not a fool. You even know to use him to restrain me. However, the old me is not his teacher. Heimu involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard Guyu's words. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan's teacher was someone else. At the same time, Heimu once again sighed in relief. His throat rolled as a smile once again surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He was just about to speak when Guyu quickly opened his mouth. However, what does this have to do with the old me? This brat knows him, but the old me does not. This Qing Mu is merely a King Yuan. The old me does not think highly of him. He Mu's expression changed again before Guyu's words sounded. His heart was so angry that he wished he could slap Guyu to death. However, at this moment, a soft cough attracted the attention of Guyu and He Mu. Cough cough, Xiao Yan, whose face was still pale, slowly opened his eyes in the empty space. Although Guyu had already given Xiao Yan a medicinal pill, the overconsumption of Do Qi earlier had still caused him to be extremely weak. Fortunately, at the very least, the current Xiao Yan was able to do some activities. Xiao Yan stood up with great difficulty. His eyes contained some gratitude when he saw Guyu by the side. Guyu smiled in response. He turned his head and continued to look at He Mu. He opened his mouth and laughed. Hey, if it were not for the old me today, this little life of yours would have been lost. Xiao Yan smiled. He was naturally aware that if Guyu was not beside him, he would still be bound by the vine ball and could only wait for death to arrive. However, he also knew that Guyu would definitely help him. Hence, he had the courage to fight with this old ghost from 10,000 years ago. Humph. Yan Xiao, it is unexpected that there is such an old demon in your body. This venerable self has indeed underestimated you. However, this venerable self wishes to see if this protective talisman of yours will really kill this venerable self and the owner of this body. He Mu's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. He did not dare to relax even a little. He had already made up his mind. If Xiao Yan really dared to ignore Qing Mu's life, he would definitely let Qing Mu die a horrible death. Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard the words from He Mu's mouth. Qing Mu had an extraordinary relationship with Elder Luo. Regardless of who he was trying to rope in, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore Qing Mu's life and death. Alright, why are you spouting so much nonsense? I was merely teasing you earlier. However, since this brat has already woken up, there is no need for me to continue playing with you. Before Xiao Yan could do anything, Guyu had already looked at He Mu with a cold smile. His hand was slowly extended from under his sleeve and slowly clenched into a fist in the empty space. At the same time, the heavenly flame cage that had trapped He Mu also became smaller. Hey, next, you should obediently accept your fate. Chapter 186. In the dark space, a heavenly flame cage of a few hundred feet in size was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guyu was looking at He Mu with a cold smile outside of the cage. His eyes were filled with coldness. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he heard the words from Guyu's mouth. Given Guyu's intelligence, how could he not know what Xiao Yan was thinking? Of course, he would not ignore Qing Mu. Xiao Yan once again threw a grateful gaze at Guyu. However, Guyu acted as though he did not see it. His eyes continued to focus on He Mu. He Mu's eyes swiftly swept over the heavenly flame cage, which was less than 1,000 feet in size and was becoming smaller. His heart began to burn with anxiety. He had experienced the terror of the bone-chilling flame before his eyes. Based on his current condition, not to mention forcefully enduring it, even if he was just slightly touched by it, it would cause him great harm. The shady scene in front of him could be considered a prisoner. The dense white heavenly flame cage finally slowly wrapped around He Mu's body in front of his anxious eyes. Ah! Ah! The waves of intense pain that were transmitted from his body caused him to involuntarily emit a sharp cry from his mouth. However, this pain left as quickly as it came. The dense white bone-chilling flame left behind numerous strange charred symbols on He Mu's body before it completely disappeared. At this moment, He Mu was horrified to discover that the Do Qi in the vortex within his body had been completely sealed the moment the heavenly flame disappeared. Without the support of his Do Qi, the current He Mu was just like an ordinary old man. He no longer posed any threat to Xiao Yan. Given He Mu's current condition, it was likely that any initial stage dojo would be able to kill him. A former Yuan Zone expert had actually fallen to a state where he was even inferior to an ordinary person. This was indeed surprising when one thought about it. Cough cough. I didn't expect that my plan for 1,000 years would be defeated by a stinking brat like you. Brat, once I leave this spirit ginseng race again, I'll definitely search the entire continent and kill you to attain my Tao. Coughing out a mouthful of fresh blood, He Mu slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan with a venomous expression. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth made him look even more bloodthirsty. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing these words. He glanced at Guyu, who was looking at He Mu with a cold smile. Only then did he look at He Mu and laugh. Since old Gu has already sealed your do qi, he has no intention of allowing you to continue living. Don't tell me that you have not even noticed this. Once those words were spoken, He Mu's eyes narrowed. Then, his expression changed. He sneered and started to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, what? Are you really going to disregard Qing Mu's life and death and forcefully kill me? Let me tell you, I have already completely merged with Qing Mu's body. If I die, Qing Mu will die as well. Since you want to kill me, you will have to step over Qing Mu's body first. How about it? Come, kill me. Kill me, and all troubles will be solved. He Mu had a disapproving expression when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He completely ignored Xiao Yan's words. Due to the uniqueness of the spirit ginseng race's body, He Mu's soul had already perfectly merged with Qing Mu's body. Although Guyu was not weak, He Mu believed that Guyu was at the very most an advanced source ancestor. As long as He Mu had not broken through that barrier, He Mu would not be able to completely separate his soul from Qing Mu's body with his current strength. Do you really think that the old me does not dare to kill you? Guyu cried out coldly. He extended his hand and a terrifying suction force instantly appeared in his palm. It pulled He Mu, who was dozens of feet away, in front of him. Guyu clenched his hand and firmly grabbed He Mu's neck. Humph. The spirit ginseng race's body might be special, but it is nothing in front of the old me. It will be extremely easy for me to extract your soul. Guyu's hand, which was grabbing He Mu's neck, suddenly loosened after his words sounded. He Mu's flushed face also relaxed at this moment. However, before He Mu could focus, Guyu's hand suddenly turned into a claw. He Mu's horrified eyes were followed by a sudden force. Guyu's hand ruthlessly pierced into He Mu's heart. At that moment, He Mu's body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have turned into a block of wood as he stood there motionlessly. He had never imagined that Guyu would actually attack without any hesitation. Moreover, Guyu had not held back at all. Xiao Yan, who was watching by the side, was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He was also stunned for a moment. The heart was the source of life for all living creatures. Once it was damaged, one would definitely die. Although they could survive without a physical body given their strength, their souls would definitely be damaged if their hearts were damaged. This was not something they were willing to see. The scene at this moment was indeed frightening enough. Without saying anything, Guyu withdrew his hand from He Mu's chest. However, when Xiao Yan focused his eyes, he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. What had appeared in Guyu's hand was not a bloody heart like he had imagined. Instead, it was a palm-sized, tender yellow, tree root. At this moment, at a glance, there was a layer of grayish-black fog lingering on the surface of this tender yellow tree root. Even 1/3 of the tree root had already turned pitch black. When Xiao Yan saw the pitch-black fog on the tree root, he immediately understood that it should belong to He Mu. As long as he could remove the blackness, He Mu would be able to completely awaken. You, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about the spiritual ginseng tribe? At this moment, He Mu's terrified voice was once again transmitted. He did not expect Guyu to know the fatal weakness of his spiritual ginseng tribe. Humph. However, any faction with some strength would know about such a small matter. Isn't the most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe the ginseng spiritual root? Guyu laughed coldly in response to He Mu's words. In the end, He Mu's soul became even more terrified. Guyu was right. The most precious thing in the spiritual ginseng tribe was the ginseng spiritual root. This was also the case in the eyes of the humans in the outside world. The ginseng spiritual root was the lifeblood of the spiritual ginseng tribe. It was the most precious thing. However, in the eyes of the other tribes, it was a natural treasure. This was why the spiritual ginseng tribe had been killed. This was also one of the many reasons why the spiritual ginseng tribe had decided to hide from the world. Chapter 187. However, what He Mu was truly afraid of was not that Guyu knew the secret of his spirit ginseng tribe. Instead, he was afraid of Guyu's heavenly flame. The spiritual ginseng tribe was a plant and was naturally restrained by heavenly flames. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party knew about the spiritual ginseng root, he would not be afraid. However, if the other party had a heavenly flame, it would be a different story. While the ginseng spirit root was regarded as a supreme treasure of the world, its toughness was also enough to amaze the world. The strength that the ginseng spirit root had obtained after thousands of years of cultivation allowed it to gain a tough body. The toughness of the ginseng spirit root was comparable to some of the extremely rare metals on the continent. Ordinary weapons were already unable to cause any damage to the ginseng spirit root. Only some truly divine weapons could forcefully cut it apart. Of course, given Guyu's strength and the Genesis Chi in his body, he could break the ginseng spirit root with one hand. However, the consequences of doing so were obvious. He Mu would die, and Qing Mu would not be able to survive. Guyu casually tossed the ginseng spirit root in his hand into the void in front of him. With a thought, a cluster of blazing white flames wrapped around the ginseng spirit root. Immediately, a painful roar sounded from within the raging flames. From the sound of it, it was He Mu. Ah! You lunatic. If you continue like this, even if I die, Qing Mu will die. The intense pain from his soul made He Mu feel even more pain. However, he continued to use Qing Mu to threaten Guyu. TCH, you're really noisy. Don't you realize that Qing Mu's spirit is slowly recovering while your spiritual strength is gradually weakening? The heavenly flame cluster was quiet for a couple of seconds after hearing the words from Guyu's mouth. After He Mu recovered, he suddenly let out a hysterical roar. No! Impossible! How is this possible? No matter how perfect your control of the bone-chilling flame is, how is this possible? No! This is impossible. You! What exactly are you? During He Mu's earlier investigation, he was shocked to discover that while the ginseng spiritual root was being refined by the heavenly flame, only his spiritual energy was burned by the heavenly flame. Qing Mu was completely unharmed. In fact, under the burning of the heavenly flame, among the ginseng spirit root, Qing Mu's soul, and He Mu's soul, only He Mu was being refined by the heavenly flame. Even the visible hairs on the surface of the ginseng spirit root were not burned by the heavenly flame at all. However, in He Mu's opinion, this was something that was completely impossible. Even if the other party was a high-level alchemist whose control over wondrous flames had already reached the acme of perfection, wondrous flames were wondrous flames after all. No matter what, it was still something born of nature and nurtured by heaven and earth. It was the most violent energy in the world. The high temperature contained within a wondrous flame was enough to turn a piece of mysterious metal into magma even from a great distance, much less at such a distance. Even with Guyu suppressing the wondrous flame when it was unleashed, the bone-chilling flame should be able to burn the hairs on the ginseng spirit root into nothing the moment it appeared. However, Guyu's control over the bone-chilling flame had already merged into one. He was able to control the bone-chilling flame as though it was his own arm. The heavenly flame was him, and he was the heavenly flame. Heimu's soul immediately shook as though it had been struck by lightning when he thought of this. His mind was completely blank. Two faint words were slowly transmitted from deep within his soul: fire spirit, fire. Fire spirit. Heimu spat out these two words in a hoarse voice. Immediately, he seemed to have lost all his strength. His entire soul stiffened, and his originally weak aura swiftly disappeared. Fire spirit. Just these two words were enough to cause Heimu to lose all hope of living. Although the words from Heimu's mouth were nearly undetectable, who was Guyu? Given his current strength, he could even clearly hear the sound of wind blowing through leaves, much less at such a close distance. That's enough. I won't waste any more time with you. You were once a Genesis sect powerhouse, but now, you should obediently show yourself for this old man. Guyu let out a cold cry. His shriveled hand suddenly covered the ginseng spirit root while Heimu's aura was at its weakest. At the same time, a frightening spiritual strength wildly surged out of his palm. It swiftly poured into the ginseng spirit root and forcefully severed the connection between Heimu's soul and the ginseng spirit root. Finally, Guyu used his spiritual strength to firmly imprison the ginseng spirit root. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Guyu's spiritual strength wrapped around Heimu's soul, it also wrapped around Qingmu's soul, which was in the same body as Heimu. Guyu's overbearing actions caused Qingmu to let out a miserable roar that hurt even his soul. Soon after, a glint shot out from Guyu's eyes. His extended hand suddenly clenched. It seemed as though something had been grabbed by his palm at this moment. He slowly withdrew his shriveled hand. The bone-chilling flame that wrapped around the ginseng spirit root also disappeared. After the heavenly flame disappeared, the ginseng spirit root was once again exposed to the empty space. The small part of the ginseng spirit root that had turned dark because Heimu's soul had invaded it had completely disappeared at this moment. Although there was still some gray fog remaining on the ginseng spirit root, it would quickly resolve itself once Qingmu recovered. Guyu slowly opened his clenched hand. At this moment, a cluster of pitch-black soul was continuously trembling in his palm like a black fog. Guyu's nose once again emitted a disdainful cold laugh as he looked at the trembling Heimu in his hand. Only then did he turn his eyes to Xiao Yan by the side. Guyu randomly threw Heimu's soul into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. He shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat lazy manner and slowly opened his mouth to speak. You should know what to do next, right? Xiao Yan looked at the trembling Heimu in front of him. He naturally understood the meaning behind Guyu's words. However, when he turned his eyes to Guyu, the latter turned his body and flew into the depths of this realm. At this moment, the Do-Chi within Heimu's body had been sealed. His soul was also seriously injured. He no longer posed any threat to Xiao Yan. Hence, Guyu could naturally leave without worry. A sincere smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he looked at Guyu's back. After Guyu's figure gradually disappeared, Xiao Yan finally spat out two words from his mouth. Thank you very much, old Gu. The ears of Guyu, who was flying through the empty space in the distance, twitched slightly the moment Xiao Yan uttered these words. His mouth let out a soft scoff as the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Guyu lifted his eyes. A glint flickered in his dense white eyes as he looked into the depths of this realm. Allow the old me to see just what the secret of the ginseng spirit looks like. Chapter 188. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged in the empty space. Both of his eyes were shut, and the aura of his entire body was withdrawn. His body did not move. At a glance, he appeared just like a statue. If it were not for his rosy cheeks and his rising and falling chest, it was likely that anyone would have thought that he was a dead person. At this moment, within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, numerous Tier 9 energy recovery pills were emitting waves of majestic Do Qi. Under the refinement and purification of the heavenly flame, the Do Qi completely returned to the vortex space. Following the gradual refinement of these medicinal pills, Xiao Yan's depressed aura also began to slowly recover. Although Xiao Yan's aura at this moment was not even 1/10 of his peak, it was at the very least sufficient to support him. A moment later, the medicinal pills within his body were completely refined. Xiao Yan's aura had once again become deep and stable. Although there was still a gap from his peak, it was no longer a problem that Xiao Yan needed to consider at this moment. What Xiao Yan needed to consider now was how to entertain this friend within his storage ring. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile as he flipped his hand. A light flashed over his storage ring and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. A painful roar was emitted when the jade bottle was opened. This caused the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth to become even colder. Xiao Yan was not a bloodthirsty person. He did not have the intention to take the initiative to provoke others. However, he would definitely not show any mercy to his enemies. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the heavenly flame within the jade bottle quietly scattered. Soon after, a dark black human figure swiftly flew out in a terrified manner. However, it was grabbed by Xiao Yan's palm. This person was He Mu, whose cultivation had been sealed by Gu Yu. Before He Mu could open his mouth to curse, a frightening heavenly flame surged from Xiao Yan's palm and wrapped around him. The frightening heavenly flame was just like an exotic beast as it crazily bit his soul. At this moment, this former expert from the Source sect had finally forgotten his past glory as he tried his best to block the frightening heavenly flame around him. Xiao Yan finally slowly opened his hand after experiencing a painful cry. The heavenly flame scattered and He Mu's exhausted body finally had the opportunity to catch a breather. How is it? Is my heavenly flame still alright? The instant he heard these words, He Mu's body involuntarily shivered. He raised his head and saw Xiao Yan, who was like a huge god, in front of him. The fury in his heart grew even greater. However, He Mu's body involuntarily He Mu's as he tried his best to calm himself. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan's eyes, and forcefully laughed coldly. Those two heavenly flames are the 14th on the heavenly flame ranking, the fallen heart flame, and the third-ranked purifying demonic lotus flame. Xiao Yan was not surprised that He Mu was able to recognize the two heavenly flames. Given He Mu's experience, this was normal. However, He Mu's subsequent words caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel surprised. It's just a pity, it's merely two seed flames. Compared to the true origin source flame, it's worlds apart. Ha! Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard this. It was unexpected that He Mu in front of him was able to recognize that his heavenly flame was not an essence flame. He Mu let out a cold laugh when he saw the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face. He opened his mouth to ridicule. Humph! This venerable self was fortunate enough to see these two heavenly flames when I was at my peak. Its strength is many times greater than your heavenly flame. As for the latter, this venerable self may have never seen it before. However, I can imagine the strength of the former. Xiao Yan also understood when he heard He Mu's words. However, the cold smile on the corner of his mouth did not diminish by even a little. His other hand was extended out of nowhere. He beckoned with his hand and a glow appeared on his palm. Immediately, an enormous medicinal cauldron flew out and was suspended in Xiao Yan's palm. At a glance, the enormous cauldron gave one an extremely vast feeling. The carvings on the cauldron were of this world. Everything in this world, the living creatures, the land, the sky, and the ocean were all covered within it. The thickness of the medicinal cauldron was also filled with a domineering strength. Just from its outer appearance, this cauldron was definitely extraordinary. This medicinal cauldron was the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Cuckoo, since Elder He Mu's eyes are so sharp, it is likely that you will be able to recognize this medicinal cauldron at a glance. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he looked at He Mu in his palm. At this moment, the mocking and cold smile on He Mu's face had once again turned into shock. With his experience, he was still able to recognize the medicinal cauldron in front of him even though there were very few people who knew about it. This medicinal cauldron was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. The carvings on the cauldron used the entire continent as a mirror. The carvings of the entire continent were drawn on it. It could be said to be a peerless masterpiece. There were even people who said that obtaining the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was equivalent to obtaining a detailed map of the entire continent. As for whether it was the Yuanwu continent, no one knew. After all, even Xiao Yan himself came from the Doqi continent. Who could be certain that the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron came from the Yuanwu continent? Just based on this point alone, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was sufficient to suppress the other medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. The only one that could suppress the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was the most mysterious medicinal cauldron ranked first on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. Gulp, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, He Mu once again turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. There was no need to mention the shock in his eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth to speak one word at a time. The Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. I can't believe that this thing has been fought over on the continent for thousands of years. It has changed owners countless times. In the end, it actually landed in your hands. Aw. I'm just lucky. However, I didn't take it out today just for you to see. After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the Luo Tian Cauldron, suddenly waved. The Luo Tian Cauldron in his hand suddenly flew out. Under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it was suspended in the empty space in front of him. Following a clear snap of his fingers, the Luo Tian Cauldron emitted a bang sound and two clusters of frightening, heavenly flames surged and burned. The two types of heavenly flames rose within the cauldron. Coupled with the enhancement of the medicinal cauldron, the two types of heavenly flames appeared even more imposing at this moment. He Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was refining a pill. However, Xiao Yan was definitely targeting him at this moment. How could he have the time to refine a pill? Could it be? He Mu immediately felt a deep chill when he thought of that possibility. His heart was extremely terrified. His body moved and he attempted to escape from Xiao Yan's palm. However, just as his body moved, the space around him emitted a puff sound, and a raging, heavenly flame arose, trapping him within. Ugh! Yan Xiao! How dare you! If you turn a living being into a pill, you will be violating the rules of the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower will definitely not let you off. Ugh! Bastard! The burning of the heavenly flames caused He Mu to emit a series of painful roars. However, he clearly understood that the most important thing at this moment was not the heavenly flames surrounding his body. Instead, it was Xiao Yan who was about to attack. If he could not use some reason to threaten Xiao Yan, he would definitely not stop. He Mu did not want to be refined into a pill. The pain of doing so was something that he could not endure. Chapter 189. Xiao Yan appeared to be afraid of He Mu's threat after these words were spat out from He Mu's mouth. A thought passed through his mind and he scattered the heavenly flame on He Mu's body. He Mu forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from within his soul after the heavenly flame scattered. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he coldly cried out. Yan Xiao! If you really dare to attack, just wait for the Pill Tower to ban you. The rules of the Pill Tower will definitely not be violated. Oh. Is that so? But I am here. Can the Pill Tower do anything? Even if I refine you into a medicinal pill, will the pill tower know? Moreover, this is the border of the continent. The pill tower will not do something so senseless as to chase a bandit all the way to the border of the continent. Moreover, did I say that I want to refine you into a medicinal pill? I am unable to do such a thing. Xiao Yan grabbed He Mu's soul after his words sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the cover of the Luo Tian cauldron opened. He threw it into the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan was helpless as he looked at the enormous medicinal cauldron in front of him. If it was not because he did not have much dou qi left, he would be too lazy to use such a method to refine He Mu's soul. In order to refine He Mu's soul to the purest state so that Xiao Xian's soul fragment could absorb it, Xiao Yan had really used all his strength. However, he did not know how long it would take for Xiao Xian to truly recover. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. He slowly lifted his eyes and looked at He Mu, who was being refined by the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. An additional determined expression suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. No matter how long it takes, I must definitely recover the soul of Ancestor. No matter what, I must let him see the current Xiao clan. Following the fluctuation of Xiao Yan's mental state, the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron suddenly became even more ferocious and wild. The hot heavenly flame was just like two lions tearing at He Mu's soul. The refinement began now. In the void, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the Luo Tian cauldron with his eyes slightly closed. His mind was completely focused on the medicinal cauldron before him. Refining one's soul was different from refining pills. Although the process was simple and straightforward, refining one's soul was also a difficult task. Refining souls was not as complicated as refining pills, but it required more concentration during refining, and not even a trace of impurities could pass by. Otherwise, if it merged with Xiao Yan's remnant soul and the two couldn't tolerate each other, wouldn't it end up disappearing into thin air? This was not something Xiao Yan wanted to see. Therefore, during the process of refining the soul, Xiao Yan had to pay close attention to every single moment. Every time a wisp of soul was refined and purified by the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan would use the purifying demonic lotus flame to refine it 3 times. Although this would cause him to lose a small portion of his soul, which was already sufficiently pure for an ordinary person, Xiao Yan was still willing to pay this price. At this moment, the only thing Xiao Yan could think of in his heart was to be careful and not lose sight of the bigger picture. This was enough to show how much effort Xiao Yan had put in for Xiao Xian. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength spread to every corner of the cauldron, carefully controlling every part of the refinement process. The invisible fallen heart flame transformed into a flaming palm that grabbed He Mu's soul in its palm. It completely ignored the painful roar from He Mu's mouth. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he once again extracted a wisp of soul source from He Mu's body. In order to be able to refine He Mu's soul until it was sufficiently pure, Xiao Yan had no choice but to extract his soul source bit by bit. Only by doing so would he be able to refine it to the greatest extent. Of course, the disadvantage of this method was that it wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Xiao Yan. As long as he made contact with Xiao Xian's soul, he would no longer be anxious regardless of how much time he wasted. Xiao Yan immediately threw the wisp of soul into the fallen heart flame after it was extracted. The attack of the heavenly flame became even more ferocious as the dou qi in his body was wildly poured out. That wisp of soul source was just like a strand of hair. Although it was extremely stubborn, the temper of the heavenly flame was even worse. The terror of the fallen heart flame was ultimately only able to remove over half of He Mu's aura from the wisp of soul source. The remaining work could only be left to the purifying demonic lotus flame. The fallen heart flame really wasn't that good at purifying things. At the very least, the current of fallen heart flame was not sufficient to completely refine and purify He Mu's soul. Although the fallen heart flame had put down the work at hand, it did not mean that it was standing by the side. This cycle of work allowed the fallen heart flame to continue taking care of Heimu. Next, the wisp of refined soul source landed in the palm of the purifying demonic lotus flame after a series of miserable cries. The pink flame illuminated the space within the cauldron. The grayish-white strands of hair fell into the pink flame. The two colors blended together and the strands of hair were not too conspicuous. After being refined by the fallen heart flame, it was even easier for it to hide in the void. Of course, this could only deceive the naked eye. Under the observation of one's spiritual strength, the remaining one-third of the grayish-black gas was also swallowed by the heavenly flame. An hour later, a grayish-white fog that could not be seen by the naked eye slowly rose from the wisp of soul source. At this moment, the grayish-white hair had already become like the hair on the head of an old man past his prime. It had turned as white as snow, or perhaps as white as clouds. After being purified 3 times, this wisp of soul source had already been completely refined. At this moment, this wisp of soul was probably not inferior to that of a newborn baby. If he was still unable to devour Xiao Xian's soul at this stage, Xiao Yan could only find another way to repair Xiao Xian's soul. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath in his heart. However, he was extremely spirited. This was not only because of Xiao Xian, but also because of Heimu. Xiao Yan had left the purest soul source for his ancestor, Xiao Xian. As for those that had been lost, they were all carefully devoured by Xiao Yan. Although he could not guarantee whether this was safe or not, he still had the heavenly flame. As long as he refined it a little in the future, it would not be a problem. While feeling the satisfaction from his soul, Xiao Yan could only try his best to comfort himself. After all, this was equivalent to eating crabs for the first time for Xiao Yan. As a pseudo-emperor, devouring the soul source of a source sect expert might not be a lot, but the consequences were probably something that no one had ever tried before. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Xiao Yan controlled the wisp of pure soul source and withdrew his consciousness from the Luo Tian cauldron in front of him. As long as he had the first experience, Xiao Yan was confident that he could refine the soul source in the cauldron with his powerful spiritual strength. This way, he would not have to constantly stare at the cauldron in front of him. As for now, he wanted to give it a try and see if this wisp of soul source could be the first firewood for Xiao Xian's resurrection. Chapter 190. Xiao Yan held a jade bottle in each hand as he sat hesitantly in the void. His powerful spiritual strength was still supporting the refinement of Heimu's spiritual origin in the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, Xiao Yan was hesitating over the jade bottles in his hands. One of the jade bottles contained the remnant soul of his ancestor, Xiao Xian, while the other jade bottle contained the wisp of pure spiritual origin that had just been refined. The connection between them was to open the caps of the 2 jade bottles and extract the wisp of pure spiritual origin. Then, he would slowly place it into the jade bottle that contained the remnant soul and wait for it to be absorbed. This process sounded simple, but it wasn't difficult to do. However, Xiao Yan was a little solemn at this moment. After all, the connection between them wasn't that simple. Whether it succeeded or not was related to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel solemn about this. He had no choice but to think thrice before acting. Although Guyu was the one who had thought of this method and Xiao Yan had absolute trust in Guyu, Xiao Yan had no choice but to think twice about this matter. After all, Guyu hadn't been so certain when he had said those words. Guyu had only given Xiao Yan the greatest possibility of reviving Xiao Xian. However, he hadn't said that this method would definitely work. Now that they had reached a critical juncture and the result was about to be revealed, Xiao Yan was still hesitant. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the jade bottles in his hands. He sighed again and again in his heart. The expression on his face changed again and again. The hand that was holding the jade bottles loosened and tightened at times. It was sometimes clenched and sometimes put down. While Xiao Yan was still hesitating in his heart, a human figure slowly flew over from the distant empty space. It was Guyu, who had left for a moment. Guyu saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face from afar. He then noticed the 2 jade bottles in his hands and the black wood in the cauldron in front of him. Guyu immediately understood that Xiao Yan's current predicament was due to the jade bottle in his hand. He had nothing to say about this. Xiao Yan's hesitation wasn't unreasonable. After all, this was related to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Guyu also knew that Xiao Yan wasn't doing this because he didn't trust him. However, even Guyu wasn't completely confident that this method would work. The reason why he had mentioned it was to give Xiao Yan some hope, and this was the biggest possibility he could think of. Guyu saw the conflicted expression on Xiao Yan's face as he approached. He could not bear to see him like this. However, he also wanted to see if this method of his would be able to save someone. As expected, there is still some hesitation. Guyu sighed softly. He stood beside the Luo Tian cauldron and gently stroked the patterns. His gaze pierced through the hole and looked at the black wood that was being refined. Xiao Yan gently lifted his eyes and looked at Guyu. He did not say anything. All he did was reveal an apologetic smile. Guyu gently waved his hand. He turned around to face Xiao Yan and said, "There's no need to apologize. There's no need to apologize. I don't have absolute confidence in this method. I can only say it with the greatest possibility. At the same time, I also hope that this is the best solution. After all, before me, no one has pointed out a way for him to come back to life." Guyu turned around after his voice sounded. He lifted his head and looked at the space above. There was still an endless emptiness at that spot, and one could never find the end. Guyu narrowed his eyes when he looked at that spot. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. His body moved and once again rushed away. A voice slowly drifted into Xiao Yan's ears while he was leaving. "Xiao Yan, there are many things that you don't need to search for the answer, nor do you need to think about it. Perhaps it is in your hands, but you have yet to try. The result might be important, but isn't the process even more important?" Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his eyes after hearing these words. His hands, which were holding the 2 jade bottles, involuntarily tightened. Xiao Yan lowered his eyes and looked at one of the jade bottles in his hand. Xiao Xian's soul fragment was stored within the jade bottle. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly opened it. The soul fragment within also flew out. Xiao Yan carefully protected it as it floated in Xiao Yan's palm. Currently, most of Xiao Xian's soul fragment had already been scattered. At this moment, only a rice-sized milky white light spot remained in Xiao Yan's palm. This rice-sized milky white light spot was the key to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at the light spot in his palm. He involuntarily recalled the scene when he had first met Xiao Xian. Although Xiao Xian had barely managed to survive with the help of the heavenly tomb at that time, his remaining strength was less than 1/100th of his peak. However, he had forcefully killed 2 ancestors of the Han clan back then. His aura was incomparably domineering. When Xiao Yan recalled the second time he had met Xiao Xian, his other hand, which was holding the jade bottle, involuntarily tightened its grip. His eyes were filled with memories. In order to allow Xiao Yan to break through the shackles of the perfect heavenly stage soul, Xiao Xian had ignited his own soul and fought the heavenly tomb soul. Although all of this had happened a long time ago, it was just like yesterday for Xiao Yan. It was still vivid in his mind. Unknowingly, some tears had already surged into Xiao Yan's eyes. Crack, a clear sound caused Xiao Yan to instantly recover. When his eyes looked over, the jade bottle in his other hand had burst apart with a bang due to Xiao Yan's unknowingly exerting strength. The wisp of pure spiritual essence within it had also drifted out. The moment the two were exposed in the air, Xiao Xian's soul fragment suddenly emitted a faint light. A special suction force also suddenly appeared. When the suction force appeared, the pure spiritual essence seemed to be attracted by something as it flew towards Xiao Xian's soul fragment. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when he saw this scene. He hurriedly grabbed the wisp of pure spiritual essence in his hand to prevent it from being devoured by Xiao Xian's soul fragment. However, even if the tree wished to remain calm, the wind would not stop. When Xiao Yan grabbed this wisp of spiritual essence in his hand, another couple of spiritual essences that had been completely refined within the Luo Tian cauldron were blocked by the medicinal cauldron. If the medicinal cauldron had not blocked them, it was likely that they would have already come into contact with Xiao Xian's soul fragment. Xiao Yan once again looked at Xiao Xian's soul fragment when he saw this scene. He saw that it was continuously releasing waves of special suction force in an attempt to pull the few spiritual essences closer. Xiao Yan once again frowned when he saw this. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the soul fragment. It was a long while later before he sighed softly and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Ancestor, is this your choice?" The special suction force still did not disappear after his voice sounded. After an intense struggle in his heart, Xiao Yan finally released his hand and allowed the wisp of spiritual essence to fly out. Chapter 191. In the empty sky, Xiao Yan watched the two light clusters slowly approach each other. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Both of his eyes stared intently at the two light clusters. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately separate the two. However, the worry in Xiao Yan's heart did not appear in the end. This allowed him to relax a little. At the same time, he also felt a little anticipation for the fusion of the two. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the pure spiritual origin slowly came into contact with Xiao Xian's soul fragment. The moment the two rays of light merged, they released an even warmer light, causing the darkness in the sky to quietly retreat. Xiao Yan poured out all of his spiritual strength and wrapped it around the exterior of the light cluster. This was to prevent him from being disturbed by anything that suddenly appeared. It was also to allow him to observe the situation within in greater detail. Xiao Xian's soul fragment had already reached an extremely fragile state. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to fuse with it. The current situation was that the wisp of spiritual origin was being split bit by bit. 1% of the spiritual origin was being extracted and injected into the soul fragment. As this process slowly progressed, Xiao Xian's soul fragment released a milky white light that was even brighter than before. Although the change was extremely small, it could not escape the careful observation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. This little change caused Xiao Yan's suspended heart to relax a little. Of course, this did not mean that it was over. This was only the beginning, and it was a very good beginning. As long as he could ensure that the wisp of spiritual origin was completely absorbed by Xiao Xian's soul fragment, it meant that he could absorb the rest of the spiritual origin. This was the result that Xiao Yan wanted the most. After all, this was the only way for Xiao Xian to truly have a chance of being revived. While Xiao Yan was splitting his spiritual strength and happily refining He Mu's spirit, time had already swiftly flowed by. After Xiao Yan ensured that Xiao Xian's soul fragment could absorb the spiritual origin on its own, he simply placed the refined spiritual origin into the jade bottle and waited for it to slowly fuse with it. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had left, returned. When he saw Xiao Yan's relaxed expression, Gu Yu instantly understood. If Xiao Xian's problem had not been resolved, it would have been impossible for Xiao Yan to reveal such a relaxed expression. Gu Yu randomly threw a cream-white light cluster to Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a smile as he spoke. "How is it? The matter of your ancestor has been resolved, right?" Xiao Yan took the ball of light with a suspicious look on his face. Then, he nodded and let out a soft hum. Only then did he turn his attention to the ball of light in his hand. The ball of light in his hand was also a ball of soul origin. Judging from its aura, it was probably about 1/5 of the Blackwood origin. However, after sensing the aura on it, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim softly. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. Why does this aura seem somewhat familiar? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly recovered. The aura in this ball of light, why does it seem like Qing Mu's? Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head and stared at Gu Yu. He pointed at the ball of light in his hand and asked with some uncertainty. Old Gu, your spiritual origin, where did it come from? At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was once again filled with anxiety. If it was really as he had sensed, wouldn't this spiritual origin in his hand belong to the Jinsang Spirit Tribe's tribe leader? If the Jinsang Spirit Tribe's tribesmen knew that he, an outsider, had taken something that belonged to their tribe leader, who knew what they would do to him? Guyu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's uncertain question. He opened his mouth and spoke in an unconcerned manner. He did not care and said nonchalantly, all right. This thing does belong to Qing Mu. However, this old man helped him regain his body. What's wrong with taking something from him as a reward? Before Gu Yu's voice sounded, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. This old fellow in front of him was really powerful. He was not afraid of anything. Regardless of how one put it, Xiao Yan was the one who had extracted the other party's spiritual essence. Now, he had randomly tossed it to a little bandit. If the other party were to come looking for him, would this thing be Gu Yu's fault or Xiao Yan's? Gu Yu involuntarily laughed when he saw the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face. He gently waved his hand in surrender in front of Xiao Yan's grumbling eyes. After which, he laughed and said, he then smiled and said, why? This brat has already complained to this extent. As the person involved, you are not going to say anything. This old man also wants to know if you're really going to bite the hand that feeds you after I've done you such a big favor. Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows after his voice sounded. He followed Gu Yu's gaze and saw a figure standing in the empty space like a withered tree. He did not move at all. A dazzling green light was emitted from Gu Yu's heart after he spoke. Soon after, a rich life aura swept out. His body, which had been standing in the empty space, slowly relaxed. Both of his eyes were gently opened, and his life force was revealed. At a glance, Heimu had already disappeared after the dazzling green light flashed. The strange picture on the old man's body had also disappeared. His emerald eyes were filled with an intelligent brilliance. His body suddenly flashed the moment he woke up, and he appeared in front of Gu Yu. Both of his hands were cupped together as he bowed to Gu Yu like a junior would. Junior Qing Mu greets Elder Huoling. Xiao Yan only understood when he heard this voice. No wonder Gu Yu acted so indifferent after extracting Qing Mu's spiritual origin. It was because Qing Mu was already aware of his identity. The corner of Gu Yu's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing this. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and said, you actually woke up at that time. You actually dare to put on an act in front of this old man. Aren't you afraid that I will burn your ginseng spiritual root? The moment Gu Yu spoke, Qing Mu hurriedly buried his head even deeper into the ground and hastily said, he quickly lowered his head and said, Elder, please do not blame me. However, this junior had yet to recover at that time. My spiritual origin was also extracted, and Heimu was removed from my body. This junior did not reveal himself in order to purify the remnant aura of Heimu in the ginseng spiritual root. Humph. Why? Are you blaming this old man now? Gu Yu's words caused Qing Mu's face to be filled with horror as he hurriedly denied it. Gu Yu was not someone that the current ginseng spiritual tribe could afford to offend. Forget about his strength, just the fact that he had a fire spirit body was enough to sweep through their ginseng spiritual tribe. This brat said that I have forcefully extracted your spiritual origin. This is my fault. Do you agree with him? Gu Yu's words caused Qing Mu's eyes to harden. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and laughed. Senior, you have helped me to take back my body. this is already a great favor to me. A little soul source is nothing. At the very most, I can slowly cultivate this kind of thing. Little friend Yen Xiao, please take it. Haha, although he spoke in a relaxed manner, Xiao Yan could see that Qing Mu's head was covered in sweat. His spiritual origin had been extracted. At this moment, Qing Mu was already extremely weak. Talking about slowly cultivating was simply a joke. Spiritual origin was the lifeline of a living being. How could it be easily obtained through cultivation? Qing Mu would likely need hundreds or even thousands of years to recover this 1/5 of his spiritual origin. Looking at Qing Mu's appearance, it was obvious that he would not take it back. Since this was the case, Xiao Yan could only glare viciously at Guyu before putting it away with an apologetic expression. Chapter 192. Time quietly flowed by in this dark black world. In the blink of an eye, not much of He Mu's refined soul remained. At this moment, another cluster of light appeared in the medicinal cauldron. That cluster of light was He Mu's sealed Do Qi. The appearance of this cluster of light gave Xiao Yan a pleasant surprise. As long as he could completely refine and absorb the Do Qi within this cluster of light, all the Do Qi of a 9-star Ban Emperor would be quite a great training resource. Of course, just like before, Xiao Yan would need to refine this Do Qi a couple of times in order to safely absorb it. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would be a little worried. The same repeated steps were repeated in the cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. Wave after wave of Do Qi was refined and purified by the heavenly flame. The Do Qi, which had originally been as thick as an arm, was reduced to a thin rope the thickness of a thumb. Although the Do Qi did not appear to be as good as before, the purity and quantity of the Do Qi were not much different from before. Of course, it was impossible to not consume the Do Qi while refining it. The strength of a heavenly flame was absolute. Although this Do Qi was as large as a Do Qi ocean, it had turned from a Do Qi ocean into a Do Qi lake under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame. As the saying went, one must first lose something if one wished to obtain it. This was what was happening in the cauldron at this moment. However, this did not matter to Xiao Yan. In any case, this Do Qi was not something that he had cultivated. As long as it could be used in proportion to his strength, he did not care how much he consumed. Guyu, on the other hand, once again moved after fooling around with Qing Mu. He began to explore the deeper regions of this realm. Qing Mu watched Guyu's departing figure. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly surged out like spring water. He was able to sense a vague pressure when facing Guyu. Perhaps this was the attitude of an expert, or perhaps it was because Guyu was a heavenly flame. In front of a heavenly flame, it was difficult for these ancient clans, who were born from nature, to compare with it. Guyu's departure gave Qing Mu enough time to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act as relaxed as Xiao Yan. Hence, other than Guyu, who was roaming around, Xiao Yan and Qing Mu had entered a focused training state. After an unknown period of time, the silent atmosphere was broken by a sudden gust of wind. Qing Mu, who was in the midst of cultivating and slowly recovering, was nearly blown away by a gust of wind. However, Qing Mu was still a powerful cultivator. Although he was at a low point, this amount of astral wind couldn't hurt him. The figure sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly flashed and retreated 1,000 feet away. His eyes instantly stared at the center of the storm. With his sharp senses, he instantly knew that the source of the gale was there. However, when Qing Mu glanced over, he was involuntarily startled by the scene in front of him. The source of the gale was Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the peak of an advanced 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through the 3-star half-martial emperor realm and entering the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. With regards to this point, the frightening wind that surrounded Xiao Yan's body was the best proof. Qing Mu's expression changed when he saw that Xiao Yan was about to break through. His eyes hurriedly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At this moment, the medicinal cauldron was completely empty. The fierce heavenly flame had already scattered, and the 2 clusters of light within it had completely disappeared. Qingmu instantly understood when he saw this scene. No wonder Xiao Yan was already on the verge of a breakthrough. It seemed that he had absorbed all the Do Qi. Even so, Qingmu did not rejoice. Instead, he frowned. His eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as an unusual glint flickered within them. A moment later, Guyu's elderly figure swiftly hurried over from the distant void while the storm around Xiao Yan's body became increasingly intense. Although they were 500 kilometers apart, Guyu's eyes had already locked onto Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the storm. At this moment, Guyu's face was filled with worry as he sensed the increasingly wild and violent storm around Xiao Yan. Even though this was the case, there was still some hope in his heart. Guyu and Qingmu stood side by side as they approached. Their eyes were looking at Xiao Yan. Qingmu naturally did not dare to be careless when he saw Guyu return. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and bowed to Guyu. However, how could Guyu have the mood to play around at this moment? All he did was randomly wave his hand and ignore Qingmu. "This brat, why are you in such a hurry? Rising 4 stars in a year. Are you seeking death?" Guyu involuntarily frowned as he sensed the increasingly powerful aura within Xiao Yan's body. His mouth cursed. Qingmu's expression became even more intense when Guyu's words reached Qingmu's ears. He had just heard the person beside him say that Xiao Yan had risen 4 stars in a year. If someone else had said this, he might have treated it as a joke. However, it was Guyu in front of him who had said it. He could not find the word joke no matter how hard he tried. Rising 4 stars within a year. Moreover, it was the Band D class. Was this training speed not just heaven-defying? How could Qingmu not know just how difficult the path of training was? Although his current strength far surpassed Xiao Yan, he was clearly aware of just how difficult it was to advance from the Band D class. Each star of the Band D class required the support of a frightening Do Qi that was dozens of times stronger than a Do Xing. In order to advance, both the amount of Do Qi needed and the accumulation of one's own strength were even more frightening. Normally speaking, it was very rare for a Band D to rely on the natural energy when training. This was because every Band D was aware that if one relied on the natural energy to increase one's strength, it would be extremely slow. Moreover, one would need to pay the price of a couple of years if one wished to break through. Of course, if the Qi method one practiced was heaven-defying, it would be a different matter. After all, the stronger the Qi method, the faster the practitioner could absorb the natural energy. A high-tier Qi method was effective even for an expert at the level of a Band D. The reason Xiao Yan was able to break through so quickly was because he had been limited by the natural laws of the Do Qi continent when he had broken through back then. Hence, the potential of the heavenly flame had not been fully displayed. The second reason was because of the heavenly demonic flower. The heavenly demonic flower had been nurtured by nature for 1,000 years. It was an excellent training resource. Xiao Yan had only reached the intermediate 3-star Band D level after swallowing and refining it. However, following the continuous increase in Xiao Yan's Band D strength, Guyu was unable to completely stabilize it after such a long time. If Xiao Yan were to break through again today, it was likely that Guyu would need an even longer period of time to make up for the gap in his cultivation. Hence, Guyu could only hope that Xiao Yan would be able to pull back before it was too late. Otherwise, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to accept the result. Chapter 193. While Guyu and Qingmu were worried for Xiao Yan, who was at the center of the storm, was also helpless. He could only do his best to suppress the surging Do Qi in his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's mood could only be described with one sentence: a greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In order to quickly absorb and refine He Mu's Do Qi, Xiao Yan swallowed it without any hesitation. Sure enough, after all, the Do-Chi of a 9-star half-martial emperor erupted from Xiao Yan's body. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins and began to gallop. The frightening Do-Chi did not cause Xiao Yan's body to explode in an instant. This was already a very good result. Under the control of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, the initial Do-Chi was still under Xiao Yan's control. Although it was strenuous, the refining speed was much faster. After being refined by the heavenly flame and condensed by the flame mantra, an even purer Do-Chi followed the Chi method route of the flame mantra and continuously poured into the vortex space. Xiao Yan's aura also gradually recovered as he was slowly refined. Even though this process took a long time, the speed was still faster than refining in the medicinal cauldron. Moreover, after the Do-Chi was refined by the heavenly flame, it directly entered the Chi method route of the flame mantra. In this way, the refined Do-Chi would be even purer and more condensed. It would also be better for Xiao Yan to use. Otherwise, if he were to absorb the Do-Chi after refining, it would be even more troublesome for Xiao Yan. He would have no choice but to circulate his Do-Chi along the Chi method route of the flame mantra a couple of times in order to completely merge with the Do-Chi in his body. Xiao Yan's idea was not bad. It was indeed much faster and easier. However, the current results seemed to have caused even greater trouble for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not expect the Do-Chi to be so enormous after the refinement. It was to the point that Xiao Yan's vortex space was unable to absorb all of it. Therefore, the situation brought about was a breakthrough that ordinary powerhouses looked forward to endlessly. However, Xiao Yan knew better than anyone that his current situation was not suitable for a breakthrough. Since Gu could think of the problem, Xiao Yan also knew about it. If he were to make a breakthrough now, he was afraid that his strength would not be able to increase for a long time. However, this was not a good thing for Xiao Yan, who urgently needed power. After all, the Ghost Slaughter sect would not give him extra time to cultivate. With the ability of those damn things, it was likely that the matter of Xiao Yan and Savage City had already been transmitted to their ears. It was likely that the next time Xiao Yan and them would meet again would not be too far away. At this moment, at the center of the storm, Xiao Yan's body was swollen red from the enormous Do-Chi within his body. His entire body had swelled by more than 3 times during this short period of time. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's body continued to swell. At a glance, the current Xiao Yan was just like a ticking time bomb. Once the Do-Chi within his body reached a certain peak, it would emit a bang and explode. In reality, Xiao Yan was currently in such a state. Waves of surging Do-Chi passed through every corner of Xiao Yan's body within the vortex within his body, turning Xiao Yan into a fatty. At this very moment, it was likely that if one were to cut open any part of Xiao Yan's body, a large wave of surging Do-Chi would be spat out. In an instant, Xiao Yan's physical body appeared to be unable to endure any longer. Numerous ferocious bloody wounds appeared all over Xiao Yan's body. Fresh blood mixed with surging Do-Chi shot out like a fountain. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's condition did not improve. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan could only try to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Xiao Yan emitted a furious dragon-like roar from his mouth. A thick Do-Chi light pillar shot out and entered the empty space above Xiao Yan's head. After this furious roar was emitted, Xiao Yan's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In a short instant, a huge golden god appeared in the middle of the storm. The surging Do-Chi seemed to have suddenly found a point to vent as it abruptly spread out. Xiao Yan was finally able to have a chance to catch his breath. Using this little time, Xiao Yan hurriedly maneuvered the heavenly flame in his body and prepared to clean up the mess. At the same time, he hoped that this accident would end here. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had underestimated the large amount of Do-Chi. Although he had the King Kong glass body to temporarily support him, the wild and violent Do-Chi swiftly rose in a short moment. However, the good news was that Xiao Yan was finally able to barely suppress it. Feeling the wild and violent dou qi that was still surging like a tide in his body, Xiao Yan finally felt a little relaxed and sighed in relief. Bracing himself, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a slight smile as he softly laughed. Ha 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 ha, next, it's time for you to obediently return. As his voice sounded, the heavenly flame in his body suddenly rose and swiftly spread into the internal organs of Xiao Yan's body, completely wrapping around the dou qi. Under the suppression of the heavenly flame, the waves of dou qi were gradually compressed into thumb-sized beads. Immediately, they were wrapped by the heavenly flame and returned to the vortex. After experiencing the pain from before, the current Xiao Yan was even more careful in his actions. He tried his best to condense every wisp of dou qi before carefully returning them to the vortex. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's expression finally recover. As the dou qi once again returned to the vortex, Xiao Yan slowly entered into a training state. The flame mantra in his body also began to circulate. At this moment, Xiao Yan needed to once again condense and refine the scattered dou qi. At the same time, it could be considered a form of refinement of his own dou qi. Regardless of which aspect one looked at it from, the benefits to Xiao Yan were self-evident. Within the vortex, the beautiful, heavenly flame stood guard in front of the vortex, once again refining every wisp of dou qi that had been condensed. Every wisp of pure dou qi that was as thick as a thumb, after being refined to an extreme degree by the heavenly flame, turned into a hair-like thin line that was immediately absorbed into the vortex. When Xiao Yan had once again completely refined all of the dou qi, the originally abundant dou qi in the vortex was now mostly filled with dou qi that was like a lake. As for the remaining small portion, it was the benefit brought about by Xiao Yan's refinement of dou qi. At this moment, although the dou qi in the vortex did not appear to be as abundant as before, it was much more condensed. When he used it, not only would it not be less than before, it would instead cause Xiao Yan's dou qi to become even more powerful. As for the remaining space, it was the manifestation of Xiao Yan's increase in strength. Judging from the current situation, although Xiao Yan had yet to step into the realm of a 4-star half-martial emperor, he had already reached the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. When the conditions were right, Xiao Yan would be able to officially break through. At that time, Xiao Yan's strength would no longer be lacking. Chapter 194. Ha! The frightening wind scattered in the empty space. The golden giant suddenly stood up and emitted an earth-shaking roar toward the empty space above his head. His aura was like a rainbow. The golden giant appeared to be unsatisfied after the long roar. Its enormous body suddenly shook as both of its fists were clenched tightly. A wild roar was emitted from its mouth as its enormous fist was suddenly swung. It was accompanied by a frightening wind that tore through empty space as it swept across the empty space. Bang! Although it didn't injure anything, the formless void was still forcefully squeezed into a pressure circle like a cannon barrel. When the pressure reached its peak, the space within it exploded. Such might in merely a single punch was sufficient to compare to a heaven-rank combat skill executed by a 1-star quasi-emperor. Haha, looks like this brat knows his own limits. He is not as arrogant as he usually is. Guyu laughed softly when he saw Xiao Yan act in this manner. His body moved and flew toward Xiao Yan. Qing Mu hurriedly followed behind him. Bang! Another punch was thrown. This time around, the giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into clenched both of his hands. He placed them together and a wild and ferocious heavy hammer was violently smashed down from above, causing the empty space in front of him to emit waves of frightening sonic booms. The empty space immediately exploded when the attack landed. A wild and violent storm swept out and charged toward Guyu. Guyu was unconcerned. He randomly waved his hand and scattered Xiao Yan's frightening attack. Xiao Yan could only curl his mouth unhappily in his heart when he saw this. No matter how hard he tried to attack Guyu, it was all useless. Humph. Brat, you are really bold. You swallowed all the do-chi of a 9-star ban emperor just like that. If it were not for the heavenly flame protecting you and the fact that you exhausted a lot of it while refining it earlier, I would like to see how you would be able to survive today. Although he was fooling around, Guyu still had plenty of words to reprimand him. Xiao Yan's behavior today was a little too much. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only smile embarrassedly. He also did not understand why he, who had always been cautious, would make such a foolish move today. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. No matter what, the matter regarding Heimu had finally come to an end. Now that he had recovered to his peak, it was time to leave this place. A thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the endless void. He frowned slightly. This place was dark and boundless. He had no idea where the exit was. It seemed that it was impossible to get out of here. Guyu was naturally aware of the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart when he saw Xiao Yan's reaction. However, he only softly smiled and did not voice his doubts. Instead, he turned to Qingmu, who was following close behind, and laughed. Logically speaking, you should be the one in charge of this realm. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows after Guyu's words sounded. His eyes turned to Qingmu. From Guyu's words, this realm seemed to have a special connection with Qingmu. Qingmu's expression hardened when he heard this. He involuntarily frowned. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his eyes to look at Guyu and Xiao Yan. Finally, he slowly nodded. Soon after, Qingmu revealed a bitter expression and sighed, "Senior is right. Senior is correct. This spirit ginseng space is controlled by the clan chief of the spirit ginseng race. Unfortunately, Heimu was also the youngest clan chief of my race back then." Qingmu ignored the surprised expression on Xiao Yan's and Xiao Yan's faces after his voice sounded. He sighed softly and continued speaking. He sighed and continued, "This ginseng space contains Heimu's spiritual imprint. Even with my ability, I am unable to find it. Hence, needless to say, Guyu understood the meaning behind Qingmu's words. Qingmu wanted Guyu to help him find the location of the spiritual imprint. After all, Qingmu's soul was currently damaged. The only one who could find the spiritual imprint was Guyu. Guyu curled his mouth and felt helpless. This fellow clearly wanted Guyu to help him regain control of this ginseng space. Yet, he insisted on saying such unnecessary words. Qingmu awkwardly smiled when he noticed Guyu's displeased expression. His eyes landed on Xiao Yan, but he did not say anything. Xiao Yan was amused by the expressions of these two. However, Guyu ignored him. A thought passed through his mind and a majestic spiritual strength swiftly spread. After probing for a while, he discovered a strange aura. A thought passed through Guyu's mind as his eyes narrowed. His spiritual strength immediately swarmed forward and swiftly surrounded that aura. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame once again rose. Within a couple of breaths, that aura was completely removed. After the aura was removed, a strange stone platform appeared in front of Guyu's spiritual strength. The corner of Guyu's mouth was lifted into a smile when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind and he quickly brought it back. Qingmu inhaled a deep breath of air as he looked at the stone platform in front of him. After which, his eyes looked at Guyu. He once again bowed to Guyu in front of Xiao Yan's somewhat strange eyes. Junior Qingmu represents the Ginseng Spirit Tribe to thank Elder for your kindness. If Elder needs help from my tribe in the future, my Ginseng Spirit Tribe will not hesitate to go through fire and water for Elder. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at Qingmu in front of him. His eyes looked at the strange stone platform. His heart was filled with doubt. It was merely a stone platform. Could it really move an ancient tribe? Guyu smiled when he saw this. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. Haha, there is no need for you to go through fire and water. After all, the old me is a natural heavenly flame. However, if this brat faces any difficulties in the future, I hope that you will remember what you have said today. At the very least, you should help this brat within the limits of your ability. Of course, it is likely that your reward will not be lacking after helping him. You will understand in the future." Haha. The old me can only say that your actions today will help your ginseng spirit tribe obtain a towering tree in the future. Qingmu lifted his eyebrows when he heard Guyu's confident words, which did not appear to be false. An unusual glint flickered in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan. Just what was so outstanding about Xiao Yan in front of him, who was able to cause such a terrifying heavenly flame spirit to praise him in such a manner? At this moment, Xiao Yan and Qingmu began to doubt each other. These two different experts from two different eras were actually filled with curiosity about each other's future. It must be said that this was a rare sight in the world. Xiao Yan and Qingmu exchanged glances. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After which, they smiled at each other. Qingmu recovered and his eyes once again landed on the strange stone platform in front of him. At this moment, He Mu's spiritual imprint on the stone platform had already been removed by Guyu. Qingmu could easily leave a spiritual imprint behind. This ginseng spirit realm would once again return to the hands of the tribe leader of the ginseng spirit tribe. Chapter 195. The instant Qingmu left his unique spiritual imprint on the stone platform, a strange energy ripple swiftly spread out from the center of the stone platform. The space around the stone platform seemed to have been refurbished at this moment when the energy ripple spread. It turned into a green color. Soon after, the space around Xiao Yan's group also turned into a green color. The entire space had completely changed at this moment. The boundless void gradually faded away, and what replaced it was a resplendent world full of vitality. Xiao Yan's and Guyu's faces were filled with surprise as they continued to scan the rapidly changing world around them. This was the first time that they had seen such a mysterious scene. Qingmu's old eyes also stared at the familiar world in front of him. His mind recalled the ginseng spirit tribe of the past. At this moment, his heart was also surging with emotions. It was a long while later before Qingmu finally withdrew his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yan and Guyu in the blink of an eye. He chuckled and said, "The endless space that the two of you saw earlier was He Mu's masterpiece. The world in front of the two of you is the original appearance of the ginseng spirit space." Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding after hearing Qingmu's explanation. Guyu softly smiled and nodded. Clearly, he had already expected Qingmu's explanation. Qingmu inhaled a deep breath of air. He faced Xiao Yan and Guyu and suddenly opened his mouth to laugh. "Welcome to my tribe's ginseng spirit space." After a hearty laugh, green logs appeared out of thin air in the space around the three of them. Then, the cross-sections of the logs quickly gathered under the feet of the three of them, turning into a special long staircase. At the end of the long staircase was a majestic hall formed by a ginseng spirit tree. The ginseng spirit tribe had forcefully dug out a majestic hall from the originally sturdy tree trunk. The hall was so large that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. This was after excluding some other buildings. From this, one could imagine just how majestic and magnificent the original appearance of this towering ancient tree was. Xiao Yan and Guyu looked at the majestic hall in the distance. Their hearts involuntarily felt shocked by the generosity of the ginseng spirit tribe. At this moment, even Guyu, who had always looked down on everything, involuntarily revealed a deep shock on his face. "Haha, the two of you, this ginseng spirit hall was formed by the body of an ancient ancestor of my tribe. Before his death, he used his great skills to leave it behind for my tribe." Qingmu involuntarily felt a pride in his heart when he saw the expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's duo. It seemed that the ability of this ancestor of his was something that even this heavenly flame spirit in front of him deeply admired. A great storm immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart when he heard the words from Qing Mu's mouth. Such a majestic hall was actually created by the ancestor of the Ginseng tribe using his own body. Just this righteous act alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to sigh in admiration. While the three of them were conversing, all the darkness in this space had been completely removed. At this moment, this Ginseng spirit space could finally be called the Ginseng spirit space. Alright, after saying so much, the old me feels that it is time to leave. Guyu understood that Qing Mu wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with him and Xiao Yan after hearing the endless words from his mouth. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of this. However, as a member of the younger generation, it was inappropriate for him to say it. Since this was the case, Guyu would be the one to say it. Qing Mu was startled when he heard Guyu's impatient words. Soon after, he awkwardly smiled. In his heart, he knew that he could not keep the two of them here. Hence, he could only stop wasting his breath and change the topic with a smile. Haha, that's right, that's right. The two of you are indeed a little tired during this period of time. The old me will open the exit of the Ginseng spirit space and send the two of you away. Qing Mu lifted both of his hands after his voice sounded. The seals changed and a thought was emitted. Soon after, a spatial crack slowly appeared in the space above the three of them. Haha, I have embarrassed myself in front of the two of you. Due to the fact that this Ginseng spirit space has just recovered, there are many places that are not stable enough. Hence, I can only use this method to open a tunnel. I'm sorry, Qing Mu was a little embarrassed as he smiled. He was also helpless. Mu had destroyed the spatial tunnel many times while he was controlling it. Otherwise, he and Luo Ao would have been able to enter the Ginseng spirit space. Tearing open the empty space was his best method. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders upon seeing this. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Guyu to open the tunnel when he had finished off Mu. Guyu glanced at Qing Mu with some dissatisfaction. His body moved, and he turned into a white light that entered Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice was emitted. Little fellow Qing Mu, I hope that you will remember what you have said in the Ginseng spirit space today after you leave. In addition, do not tell anyone about my existence. Otherwise, Guyu did not say any ruthless words at the end of his words. However, Qing Mu sensed an extremely frightening icy aura pressure at that moment. Although it was only for an instant, it still made Qing Mu feel a chill all over his body. He knew that Guyu's words were not a joke. Hence, he hurriedly nodded and acknowledged, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Xiao Yan helplessly apologized to Qing Mu when he saw this. After which, he gently shook his head and flew into the spatial crack. Qing Mu's body trembled for a moment before he hurriedly followed. Compared to the Ginseng spirit space, the outside world was already on high alert. The 32 spirit guards in Old Luo stood in the air, ready to engage in an earth-shaking battle at any moment. In the sky, the 32 spirit guards each occupied a corner as they sat cross-legged in the air, each controlling a part of the formation below as they poured all of their Genesis Chi into the formation. From afar, pillars of Genesis Chi light connected to each other in the sky, forming a towering formation in the sky that enveloped the mountain forests below. At the eye of the formation, Old Man Luo personally stepped forward to control it. He gathered all of the formation's power in one place, and Genesis Chi gathered in his palm, ready to bombard the spatial crack below at any moment. Just as Elder Luo came to the void to reinforce the large array, there was a sudden change in the void below the large array. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the formless void. Although he couldn't see anyone, Elder Luo could immediately associate it with greenwood and blackwood in the space below the ground. No matter who opened the spatial crack, Mu was bound to appear again. Since that was the case, he had to make all the necessary preparations before Mu appeared. Otherwise, it would be a terrible blow to both Qing Mu and the ginseng spirit race. Once He Mu escaped from the outside world, he would definitely return in a powerful manner. When that happened, even old Luo and the entire ginseng spirit race would not be able to do anything to him. When that happened, it would likely be the day of the ginseng spirit race's extinction. Old Luo's face was grave. He was well aware of He Mu's strength. Even if he was not as strong as he was in the past, he still could not be underestimated. What's more, the space below was his lair. He had likely recovered a lot of his strength with the help of the ginseng spirit race's treasures. However, just as old Luo and the others were preparing to fight, a hearty laughter was boldly emitted from the spatial crack. Ha 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 ha, old Luo, even if you want to welcome me, you don't have to put on such a grand display. Chapter 196. In the sky, Xiao Yan stepped out of the spatial crack behind him and once again appeared in the world of the spiritual ginseng tribe. He wore a smile on his face as he looked at the old figure in the sky. At this moment, Elder Luo's face was filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky with a smile on his face. The moment Xiao Yan appeared, Elder Luo had already sensed the unique heavenly flame aura on his body. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. The Xiao Yan who had appeared now was definitely the real Xiao Yan and not the Xiao Yan who was possessed by He Mu. Yan. Yan Xiao. You are still alive. This. It was a long while later before Elder Luo spat out a sentence with great difficulty. In response, Xiao Yan nodded and smiled. Just as Elder Luo finished speaking, the space beside Xiao Yan became distorted once again. Subsequently, Qing Mu's figure slowly appeared beside Xiao Yan. Ah, old Luo, the moment Qing Mu appeared, a hearty laugh was heard. When Elder Luo saw him, his eyes suddenly focused. Immediately, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He had never expected that He Mu would not only not kill Xiao Yan, but Qing Mu would also be unharmed. This was truly an unexpected surprise. As the seals in his hands changed, Elder Luo quickly dispersed the large array below. After which, his body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan and He Mu. When he saw that the two of them were unharmed, Elder Luo's expression became even more surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Elder Luo could not help but feel puzzled. Since Xiao Yan and He Mu were fine, what about He Mu? Qing Mu also saw the different expression on old Luo's face. He laughed softly and exchanged smiles with Xiao Yan by the side. An obscure glow flashed deep within his eyes. Immediately, he looked at old Luo and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. There is no need to think too much. He Mu has already been finished off by young friend Yan Xiao. When these words were spoken, the expressions of Elder Luo and the group of spirit guards who were rushing over behind him changed. According to Qing Mu's words, it seemed that He Mu had been finished off by Xiao Yan alone. When Elder Luo heard this, his face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Yan. He knew a thing or two about Xiao Yan's tactics. Angry Buddha's reincarnation, with his understanding, could only be described as impeccable. Xiao Yan. But even. Moreover, that space was where He Mu's lair was located. He Mu had even more resources that he could use in that place. It was unlikely that Xiao Yan could do it by himself. Xiao Yan could only spread his hands helplessly in the face of Elder Luo's suspicion. Qing Mu's expression changed swiftly. He hurriedly looked at Elder Luo and opened his mouth to interrupt his thoughts. Seeing the strange expression on Qing Mu's face, Elder Luo frowned slightly. However, since Qing Mu did not say anything, it was not appropriate for him to ask. He could only shake his head helplessly. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head around and looked at Qing Mu once again. What do you mean by finished off? Seeing that Elder Luo had returned to the original point, Qingmu felt a bitterness in his heart that he could not speak of. He sighed helplessly before opening his mouth to speak. I am saying that He Mu is already dead. As soon as he said that, Elder Luo and the group of spiritual guards behind him instantly changed their expressions. Elder Luo's feelings were needless to say. The group of spiritual guards behind him had looks of disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was beside Qingmu. Earlier, they had clearly heard that Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to finish off He Mu. Originally, they thought that with Xiao Yan's strength, even if he could defeat He Mu, he could only borrow the power of the heavenly flame to seal He Mu. However, they did not expect that not only did Xiao Yan defeat He Mu, he even killed him. Such a battle record was really terrifying. At that moment, Elder Luo fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan. Although he was prepared, he was still agitated when he saw the result. He never thought that Xiao Yan's strength could reach such a stage. Xiao Yan also noticed the gazes of Elder Luo and the others. His old face was slightly red as he coughed twice. Only then did he embarrassedly use his hand to rub his nose. His eyes turned slightly as he softly laughed. Ha! I was just lucky. I also did not expect that the suppression of the heavenly flame would be so strong. As Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the group of people behind Elder Luo looked at each other. They had never truly seen a heavenly flame before. However, they knew a little about the terror of the heavenly flame. At that moment, when they heard Xiao Yan's words, they naturally thought that it was due to the heavenly flame. However, it was not wrong for them to think this way. The reason why He Mu could be killed was indeed due to the heavenly flame. However, the heavenly flame did not come from Xiao Yan's body. Elder Luo curled his lips and did not comment on Xiao Yan's words. He did not believe it at all in his heart. It was not that he had never seen Xiao Yan's heavenly flame before. Although it was strong, with his experience, he naturally knew that those heavenly flames were all seed flames. It was still enough to deal with an ordinary half-emperor. However, if it was used against an old fellow like He Mu, it would be greatly reduced. As Xiao Yan's words sounded, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yan and the other two also looked at each other. For a moment, they did not say anything. On the other hand, Qingmu looked at Elder Luo and swept a glance at Xiao Yan. He coughed twice and looked past Elder Luo. He looked at the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo and opened his mouth to shout. All right. It's fine now. Do what you need to do. There's nothing to see here. It was obvious that Qingmu, the clan leader, was quite imposing. With a loud shout, the group of spiritual guards behind Elder Luo immediately dispersed and left. Subsequently, Qingmu turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and Luo Ao. Qingmu curled his mouth as his gaze swept over Luo Ao. His eyes flickered, but he did not know what he should say. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his old face, which was filled with wrinkles, immediately opened his mouth and spoke with a smile. By the way, may I know why Yan Xiao has come to our clan this time? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan and Elder Luo's expressions changed. At this point, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered. This time, he had entered the Ginseng spiritual tribe to look for Elder Luo. However, he did not expect that there would be so many problems. Now that he had dealt with He Mu, it was indeed time for him to return and solve the problem that he wanted to solve. The moment Qingmu's words came out, Elder Luo immediately came back to his senses. Everything that had happened this time had indeed disrupted the matter that Xiao Yan had come to look for him. Now that the crisis had been resolved, it was indeed time to solve the matter regarding Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze. His face carried a sigh as he looked at Old Luo. Old Luo also faced Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile as he opened his mouth and laughed. I almost forgot about the important matter. If I remember correctly, Yan Xiao has come to look for me this time because of your dark heavy buster sword. Chapter 197. As old Luo's voice faded, he flipped his palm and a glow appeared in his palm. Immediately, a wide, large, pitch-black ruler appeared in old Luo's palm. This large, pitch-black ruler was Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, the heavy Xian ruler had already recovered its original appearance. The numerous deep cracks on it had also disappeared. The heavy ruler's body had a special and strange line. At this moment, the heavy Xian ruler that was placed in front of Xiao Yan was just like the first time he had seen it. There was an extremely steady and heavy feeling that pounced on his face. In order to repair this heavy Xian ruler, this old man has put in a lot of effort. With a soft laugh, old Luo exerted a little force in his palm. An invisible force carried the heavy Xian ruler and flew towards Xiao Yan. When it arrived in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. His eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His well-built body trembled slightly at this moment. The emotions that continuously surged in his heart caused circles of faint spatial ripples to involuntarily appear in the surrounding space. A long while later, Xiao Yan finally took in a deep breath. His arms trembled slightly as he slowly extended them. Both of his palms carefully pressed against the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. The unique metallic feeling and the familiar iciness of the meteoric flame mysterious iron caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly heat up. The heavenly flame within the vortex in his body also involuntarily flowed along the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body. At Xiao Yan's fingertips, he gently touched his old friend who had just recovered from his serious injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was flushed red and the veins on his forehead were exposed. His lips were tightly shut and the teeth in his mouth continuously clashed against each other. The tip of his nose was also blood red. His heavy breathing caused the sourness in Xiao Yan's nose to become even more intense. At this moment, his pitch-black eyes were filled with emotional tears. Deep within his pupils, an extremely excited and joyful luster gushed out. The dark heavy buster sword had finally returned to its original form. And this also allowed the huge rock in Xiao Yan's heart to fall to the ground. The death of the dark heavy buster sword had always been a sore point in Xiao Yan's heart. Now that he saw the dark heavy buster sword return to its former glory, how could he not be excited? When old Luo on the opposite side saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he knew in his heart just how deep the feelings between Xiao Yan and the heavy Xian ruler were. In Xiao Yan's heart, the heavy Xian ruler was likely no longer as simple as a weapon. There was likely a deep story behind it. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Qing Mu. The two of them could see the different expression in each other's eyes. Immediately, they smiled at each other. A thought passed through old Luo's mind and the invisible force that was supporting the heavy Xian ruler suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yan's hand, which was originally holding the dark heavy buster sword, suddenly sank when Elder Luo scattered that force. His expression also changed abruptly. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body also became sluggish at this moment. If he had not reacted in time, it was likely that the dark heavy buster sword would have made intimate contact with the ground. Xiao Yan only reacted after he spent quite a lot of effort to hold the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. At this moment, the dark heavy buster sword in his hand actually gave him a familiar heavy feeling. The dou qi within his body also became sluggish at this moment. After Xiao Yan sensed this, his face did not show any surprise. Instead, he revealed a warm nostalgic smile. This kind of feeling was indeed something that he had not felt for many years. Ever since he had completely familiarized himself with the dark heavy buster sword back then, he had never felt it again. Now that he had touched it once again, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the days back in the magical Beast Mountain range. When he thought of this, a beautiful figure with an injured chest involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Yun Yun. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan's old face still involuntarily flushed when he recalled the enchanting scene with Yun Yun in the cave back then. Soon after, however, another familiar figure also jumped into Xiao Yan's mind. A snow-white dress, a pure and white pretty face, a fresh and ethereal aura. The most eye-catching thing was that slender willow waist that could not be grasped with one hand. Who else could this person be other than the little fairy doctor who had accompanied Xiao Yan all the way to the Central Plains? Cuckoo, I wonder how the both of you are now. Little fairy doctor, you did not appear when I left that day. I wonder if we will be able to meet again in the future. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. His gaze once again landed on the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. As he sensed the various familiar feelings that were being transmitted from the huge buster sword, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the handle of the buster sword, involuntarily used a little strength. Cuckoo, little fellow Yan Xiao, this dark heavy buster sword of yours is really quite badly injured. After recovering, Xiao Yan heard old Luo's strange laughter. His eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. Could it be that the dark heavy buster sword in his hand had not completely recovered? Old Luo once again smiled when he saw Xiao Yan looking at him. His face immediately revealed a sorrowful expression as he softly sighed and said, "Your dark heavy buster sword has basically been completely recovered. However, in order to help you repair the dark heavy buster sword, I have also paid quite a great price. Over half of the meteoric flame mysterious metal that you gave me has also been smashed into your dark heavy buster sword." When he heard this, Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled. He had thought that there was a problem with the dark heavy buster sword. It turned out that old Luo felt that he had suffered a loss and had made a losing deal. Since that is the case, I will first thank old Luo for your help. In the future, if I am able to obtain any natural treasures, I will definitely leave the best for you. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, old Luo's expression immediately changed. His face was full of smiles as he laughed out loud. He then looked at Qing Mu by the side and opened his mouth to laugh out loud. "Ha ha, not bad, not bad. You are really not bad. At the very least, you have a conscience compared to some people. In the future, if the dark heavy buster sword is damaged again, you can look for me. I guarantee that I will help you repair it as good as new." Ha ha. When he heard these words, Qing Mu could not help but curl his lips once again. He secretly cursed in his heart. All these years, Luo Ao had stayed in his ginseng spirit tribe and had cheated him of many things. Yet, Luo Ao still had the nerve to turn around and play the blame game. However, when Xiao Yan heard these words, a suspicious expression once again appeared on his face. From old Luo's words, it seemed that the dark heavy buster sword would be damaged again in the future. When he thought of this, a trace of worry immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart. The dark heavy buster sword was extremely important to him. This time, Xiao Yan had never thought of damaging it again. However, from old Luo's words, it seemed that it was inevitable. "Old Luo, what do you mean by your words just now?" Before Xiao Yan's voice faded, old Luo's expression turned serious. He gently waved his hand to interrupt Xiao Yan. He gently inhaled a breath of air and slowly opened his mouth to speak. "That's right. Although your dark heavy buster sword has more or less recovered to its original state, it has been damaged once after all. It is inevitable that there will be hidden dangers left behind. Therefore, if it is damaged again in a big battle in the future, it is likely that it will be damaged a second time." When he heard this, Qing Mu by the side also looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. Xiao Yan's face was gloomy. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Chapter 198. Old Luo, is there no way to make the heavy Xian buster sword indestructible? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth and inquired. An obscure light flashed in the depths of old Luo's eyes. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "There is." There is a way to make your heavy Xian Buster Sword completely transform. After using that method, your heavy Xian Buster Sword will not be destroyed even if it takes on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate. Hiss, Qingmu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Being able to take on an all-out attack from Ensource Venerate was enough to show how sturdy it was. Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy when he heard this. If that was the case, wouldn't his heavy Xian Buster Sword be truly indestructible? Xiao Yan immediately revealed an expression of anticipation as he looked at old Luo and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. Since that is the case, may I ask old Luo what is the method? Old Luo lowered his eyelids and did not answer Xiao Yan's question. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's not that I can't tell you this method, but it's still too early to tell you. Even if I tell you, it won't do you any good." Hearing up to this point, Xiao Yan immediately deflated like a deflated rubber ball. After speaking for so long, it was actually just to whet his appetite. However, at the very least, it still allowed him to have some hope in his heart. Old Luo smiled faintly when he saw the disappointment on Xiao Yan's face and continued, "How about this? How about this? If you manage to reach the central region in the future, I'll personally tell you about it. As for now, after your first experience, I believe that you will protect this heavy Xian Buster Sword even more carefully in the future." Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the giant, pitch-black Buster Sword in his hand and listened to old Luo's words. Since old Luo's secret was still unknown, he might as well set his sights on it for now. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened once again. The enormous ruler shook and Xiao Yan's body rose into the air. In an instant, he had rushed to an even higher empty space. With a thought, the Do Qi in Xiao Yan's vortex immediately surged. It followed the channels in his body and swiftly circulated. Finally, it flowed from Xiao Yan's palm into the giant Buster Sword. At the same time, the heavenly flame within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body also surged up. Xiao Yan's right hand tightly gripped the ruler's hilt. Immediately, the ruler's body suddenly shook. Soon after, a puff sound was emitted as a brilliant heavenly flame swiftly surfaced on the surface of the heavy Xian ruler, transforming the entire heavy Xian ruler into a huge ruler made of heavenly flame. Following the crazy influx of Do Qi from Xiao Yan's body, the body of the Buster Sword under the heavenly flame had already turned bright red. The aura on it had also become increasingly frightening. It was as though there was something frightening continuously brewing within it. As long as the time was right, it would instantly erupt like a volcano and sweep across this empty space, killing everyone in all directions. The aura on the giant Buster Sword in his hand caused Xiao Yan's face to become fiery hot. This kind of familiar feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. At this moment, he only wanted to use the giant Buster Sword in his hand to squander to his heart's content. Ha! A long roar with a heroic spirit that reached the clouds caused the entire place to be startled. Xiao Yan's hand tightened its grip on the giant Buster Sword. The Do Qi in his body crazily poured into it. The glow on the giant Buster Sword also became increasingly dazzling. The wild and violent Do Qi within it had already reached an extremely frightening level. Ha! Xiao Yan once again emitted a long dragon-like roar. His eyes suddenly turned around and looked at old Luo in the empty space below. A flame flickered in both of his eyes. A clear, thunderous roar like loud laughter spread over the place. Ha 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 ha! Old Luo, may I be so bold as to invite old Luo to come up and test my moves? I wonder if old Luo will agree. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His words, which should have been a question, were filled with certainty. Clearly, regardless of whether old Luo agreed or not, Xiao Yan's subsequent attack would be directed at old Luo. Old Luo also laughed out loud in a heroic manner when he heard this. He exchanged glances with Qingmu by the side. Qingmu also smiled and nodded. Old Luo immediately lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan. He laughed out loud and said, "All right. Since young friend Yan Xiao is willing to do so, the old me will test you, a dragon among men." Ha 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 ha. As his voice fell, old Luo's figure had already appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. He stood in the empty space and waited for Xiao Yan to attack. Ha 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 ha. All right. With a loud laugh, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly shook. The huge ruler in his right hand immediately stood horizontally in the empty space. The heavy ruler's tip was at the same level as his chest. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. His right arm suddenly used all of his strength to fiercely attack old Luo with the huge ruler in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mouth also violently shouted word by word, "Ha! Flame! Devouring! Wave! Ruler!" As each word came out, the world trembled. Every voice was like a shocking thunderclap that resounded through the world. It echoed in the ears of everyone in this world. The instant Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the huge ruler that was flickering with light also instantly drew across the sky. A bright rainbow that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide also violently attacked old Luo at the same time. The instant the ruler's glow rushed out, the surrounding empty space suddenly exploded with a bang. A wave of terrifying hurricane suddenly blew between the sky and the earth at this moment. In an instant, there were no clouds in the sky and no light on the ground. This entire area had been split into two halves the moment this ruler's glow appeared. Old Luo looked at Xiao Yan's attack that was filled with an imposing aura. A trace of admiration involuntarily rose in his heart. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the flame-devouring wave that Xiao Yan was currently using was merely a D-class Do technique. However, just based on this attack at this moment, it was likely that even some ordinary human-class Do techniques were completely unable to compare with it. Even though part of the reason for being able to use a D-class Do technique to such an extent was due to the fact that he had been training for a long time, just this point alone allowed Xiao Yan to be called a dragon amongst men, an outstanding person amongst the younger generation. This person will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Old Luo softly muttered in his heart. He quickly recovered and focused his gaze on the ruler's glow that was becoming increasingly close. A smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the hand under his sleeves was slowly extended. His 5 fingers spread open as he gently pressed on the empty space in front of him. "Yan Xiao, this barrier that I have set up now is equivalent to the full-strength defense of an elite Do D. You can use your full strength to attack. Let the old me see just how much ability you have."